Introduction to Python, Chapter 1. Welcome to Programming with Nav. My name is Nav, and I've got about 25 years of programming experience. I've done coding in almost all programming language. To name a few: C, C++, Java, .NET C Sharp, Visual Basic, Python, shell scripting, and in database, Ingres, MSSQL, Sybase, Oracle, DB2, just to name a few. I'm specialized in retail websites, but I started my career in banking. The history of Python. So, Python is a widely used, interpreted, object-oriented, high-level programming language. It was created by Guido van Rossum and first released in 1991. The reason it is an interpreted language because you save the Python file in the extension .py and then you execute .py, which gets converted into a different file, and then you run it. Hence it is called interpreted file. It is a fully object oriented language. It has got all the ingredient of the modern language. Hence it is a preferred language in most of the school, colleges, university, and it is the first language which is introduced to kids as young as 9-year old. Python is even more popular than Java. The first version of Python was introduced in 1990, the second version in year 2000, and the third version in year 2008. So the version 3 of Python has been around for 13 years and is quite stable. If you go to the python.org and to the downloads, you can look at the history of Python releases. So the first one, as I said, version 2.0 released in 2001, and since then various different Python releases were released. So if you're interested, you can have a look at the release notes, and you can see 3.96 got released in June. So it is possible you might get a newer version here by the time you see this video. Now 3.9, the end of support is till October 2025. So we have got 5 years of life in this, so which is very good. In terms of popularity of Python, if you go to pythoninstitute.org and look at this website, you can see in 2018 Python was number 4th popular. In 19 it became number 3, and since 2019 November, Python is the most popular language with 26%, followed by Java. I totally believe that this is because it has been the most favored language in the school, colleges, and university. To talk about Python certification and how this course is based, so Python certification, you can go for entry level PCEP or an associate level PCAP, and then the professional level. So if you look at this website, you can see the entry level. It's mainly the concept of computer programming like data types, container function, condition loops, etc. So we are going to cover most of this in the first 14 sessions of this training course, and we'll cover the PCAP certification, which is intermediate level certification, in the next 8 sessions. After learning this too, you can go for this certification. Plus, you can learn more about PCPP1, PCPP2 at your own leisure. Once you have the fundamentals, you can just learn any further things, just learning different libraries which is provided by Python or different frameworks provided by Python. Now, Python is used in various different industries. Um, I've just mentioned a few here. Um, it is widely used in AI and machine learning machine learning, also in data analytics. There are various libraries present which help you with data science. Also, it is widely used in data visualizations. There are a lot of libraries available for simple graphical representation. In this course, we'll be talking more about programming applications. It is also used widely in web development. There are web frameworks available like Django, Pyramid, and Flash. Once you learn Python, you can jump into the gaming development. So for all the gamers, you can do the game development using Pygame. Pygame is one of the software which you can download, and whatever you learn in this course, you can apply it and then have your own game released in Android world and to the outside world. And there you go, you become a gamer. And finally, in the finance sector, now in finance, everything is now data and big data, and there are libraries available where you can use Python to deal with big data. And finally, learning any language, we have to say hello world as a programming ritual. So we are going to do that now. This is our first Python program for hello world, and let's run it. And there you go. You just said hello world to the world. That's our successful first running the Python program. So welcome to Python world. In next chapter, we'll be talking about how to install Python and how to run the Python program, etc. So thanks for watching. I have provided the links in the description below for the Python and PyCharm download. I have also recommended 3 Python books to enhance your knowledge. If you like this video, please like, comment, subscribe, and share. Thanks for watching. Installing Python, Chapter 2. In this chapter, we are going to install Python, Notepad++, and PyCharm. We will go through each of them in detail. To install Python, first of all, go to python.org. Then go to Download. The latest version as of now is 3.9.6. This could change, but we are going to install whatever is available the latest. So I'm going to install 3.9.6 Python. Once downloaded, I've got my Python downloaded file in my download directory. So I'm just going to double click. You'll get a pop-up window where it will show you the directory, also show you the installation recommended. So make sure you also click in that you add the path to the system variable path. This will help you with later settings. Once done, continue. Press install now. This will take few minutes. Once you have downloaded Python, go to C drive and type in Python minus capital V, and you will get you'll get the version you've just installed. So this is a good way of checking if Python is installed correctly. You can also do Python minus H to get all the commands. So H stands for help, and you will get all the commands which you can run from Python command prompt. Next, we will try and install Notepad++. Now, Notepad++ is a simple text editing software. So we'll go to the Notepad++ site and download, and then double click on the executable. Once installed, and press agree and select the path. Next, next, install. Once done, you can do finish, and that will complete the installation. Once installed, we'll get this pop-up window. The Notepad++ window will automatically open, and yeah, we are ready to write our Python program. So if we say open existing file and chapter 1, and I'm just going to open Python program. Simple first, hello world. In the language, you can select Python, which is pre-selected in my case. So it shows you is nicely color formatted. And once you type in, so it's print statement, as we already know. It's just print and single quotes or double quotes, hello world. So save it, and I'm just going to show you how to compile this. So in my C DOS prompt, I'm going to go to my directory where I've kept it. So Python training. So this is my hello world program. So all I need to do to run a Python program is Python, name of the file, and you get hello world. Congratulations, you have just completed hello world. And this is how you run the Python program. From here on, we won't use this method of executing. This is just for completeness. I've showed you. It is good to know how to compile a program, a Python program, and also how to use Notepad++. We won't be using henceforth this method. This is only for people who has got limited capacity in their laptop or desktop, and they don't have PyCharm installed. And now the last bit. For this, we need to go to PyCharm website. It is provided by jetbrains.com, and it is the top ID for Python. It's the number one, and you got professional or community. Now, for this purpose of this training for entry level and the intermediate level, we are more than sufficient what a community level free open source program provides. For the people who wants to do more, which professional level provides, you can go for professional, but I'm going to install the community version. So it'll take a minute to download. Once the file is downloaded, I have got it available here now. Double click on it. You'll get this pop-up window, press next, choose whatever file location. I'm going to choose the standard one. Space required is 1 GB, so hopefully you got 1 GB available in your file system. I'm not going to I'll select this and next install. Again, this will take about a minute or two. It took about just under 2 minutes to install. So I'm just going to say finish, click run and finish. I got this pop-up message saying community edition JetBrains, and I've read through the terms and condition and click checkbox and continue. It's up to you if you want to share anonymous statistics. I would prefer don't send. Next, you will end up in this welcome to PyCharm window. Just expand and you get an option of creating a new project or opening a new project or opening a new file. So let's create a new project. So it knows about where the Python has been installed, and I'm going to create my new project in Python sources. It'll create a virtual environment for tips. For now, you can say don't show me the tip, or if you feel like uh, seeing the tips, please go through. And that's it. That's our PyCharm install. So I'm going to run the hello world again, but this time in PyCharm. So yeah, you click the code which you have written or create a new file. So file can be created using uh, new file. I'm going to run this hello world, which we have already seen using Notepad++. So all you need to do is run hello world, and it'll open up a run window and it'll say hello world. And the new style of doing print statement. So I'll save this and I'll run it again, hello world, and you can see hello world and hello world again. So two print statement. So that's it. That's for chapter 2. So what we have done today is installed Python. We have also installed Notepad++. We went through running the Python program in writing the Python program in Notepad++ and executing the Python program in command prompt. And then we installed PyCharm, and then we ran the same hello world using PyCharm. With PyCharm, things get much easier. Also, I just wanted to share a few things about PyCharm. I've chosen a black Dracula uh, background. So I'll just show you. If you go to Configure Editor tab, so first of all, with appearance and behavior, if you go to appearance, so there are four kind of appearance which you can get. One is IntelliJ light, so it is very bright for my eyes and not suitable for this training session, so I won't choose this. Um, Windows 10 Lite, again quite bright. So for this training, I won't choose this. High contrast, not for me. Thank you. And Dracula, I find it nice and soothing for my eyes and perfect for this training session. I do find all this font might be too small for you to view, so I'm going to increase the font. I can also choose a different font, but I'm happy with Segio UI. It is just the font size, so let's see if 16 is good enough for us. I think 16 is quite good enough. But what you must have noticed is it has changed this, but it didn't change this. That is because this is the editors panel, and we need to go and change the editor's settings. So I'll go under editor, under font, and the size here is says 13. So let me see how 15 looks like. So this should change once I click apply, and I think 15 is just about right. So that's it for this chapter. Thank you for watching. I have provided the links in the description below for the Python and PyCharm download. I have also recommended 3 Python books to enhance your knowledge. If you like this video, please like, comment, subscribe, and share. Thanks for watching. Chapter number 3. In this session, we'll talk about print statement, input statement, and comment. This session and next 10 sessions, we'll learn all about Python programming concepts like data types, conditions, loops, functions, etc. So I'm in my PyCharm, chapter number 3. So let's talk about comments first. So Python allows you to do one line comment. It doesn't allow you to do multi-line comments. Comments can be done with an hash, and anything followed is commented out. You can write different messages so that your program is easy to understand. Now here I said the aim of this program is to allow the user to input name and age. Now let's talk about the input statement. Input statement is a word input followed by open bracket, and in string I mentioned give me your name, and then I'm printing the name. So name is stored in a variable, and then I'm printing the name. Similarly, I'm saying input enter your age as input, and I'm storing it in a variable age, and then I'm printing both name and age here. We'll talk we'll talk about type bit later, but just to understand what we have learned so far, I'm going to run the program. So as soon as I ran the program input, it is asking me give me your name, which is same as what I've given here. So I'll say student. So it is printing your name is student as line number 4. Then it is asking me for the age. So let's say 10. It is saying it is printing out this saying student your age is 10. Now line number 8, what I've done is I've printed the type of age. Now this age or this name, when we do input and when the user enters the data, it is stored in the variable. Now this statement tells you that the type is a string. So whenever you enter an input, it is stored in the form of a string. Next, we can do some typecasting. So for example, if I want to change the age from string to integer, I do this typecasting. So I'm basically converting a string into an integer, and I'm storing it in a variable called agent, and we can print this age 10. So in this statement now it is saying your age is 10. Now if we do slight variation to this, let's say I don't want it to convert to int, but I want it to the age to be converted to a float. Now what is a float? A float is a number which can take decimals. So let's say age float, and let's print this. I'll save this doing Control S and then right click and then run input. Then student, let's say this time the student is 15 years old, and I've got your age is 15. There is no decimal here because I did a mistake. Even though I'm converting this to a float, I'm printing it as a decimal. So we need to do float and save. I'll have to run this again. Run student age 15, and this time I got in decimal. Now in case in our next print statement we'll talk more about how to print integer, decimal, and various different examples. So just wanted to show you in this example input and how it is stored, etc. Next we'll learn about print statement. So we'll go through our print.py example. So the aim of this is to try out a different print statement. To start with, the print syntax is as shown here. So it is print, word print, followed by a bracket, and it can have multiple objects. It can have a parameter called separator, a parameter called end. You can also pass in a file to print, and you can have a flush with a boolean value true or false. We'll go through examples here for object separator and end, and I'll explain to you briefly about file and flush. So to start with objects, now here I've got two objects, a string object hello and a string object how are you, separated by comma, so it is multiple objects. Now if I run this, you can see hello how are you. Now if we want to, let's say I want to show you how the separator works, so I'll save this and run this. So you can see there are two objects and I'm telling it to be separated by this, so you can see the effect. Now let's see how the third one, the separator with the end, works, which is our third example. So let me save this and then run again. So here we are saying hello followed by separator, print the whole thing followed by the dollar sign. Now because we haven't given end of line, our next line print has come here. So next I'll comment it. We'll talk about different print statement. So let's run this again. So I'm printing this 5 values. So I'm printing a number 10 in a decimal format, exponential format, float format, octal format, and hexadecimal format. So in decimal format, the syntax is we give %d followed by for exponential %e and float %f, and octal is %o, and hexadecimal is %x, and you can see the values here. Now you can see for float number, it has given 6 decimal points here. That is by default. So if I want just 2 decimal, I would say 0.2f. Save this number and let me show you this example. And you can see only 2 decimal is shown. And before we end this chapter, let me just show you the calculator. So I've opened up a calculator in programmer view, and let's say I want number 10. So just wanted to show you the output, compare it with this. Hexadecimal is A, decimal 12, 10, octal is 12 as shown here, and binary we'll learn later. So file is you can print the whole file. If you give the file followed by the path name, it'll and do the print, it'll print the whole file. And flush, by default the value is false. It's a Boolean value, um, and it is used to flush the buffer. That's it for this chapter. Thank you. Chapter number 4: Variables, Types, and Casting. The data types, the built-in data types provided by Python are string, integer, float, complex, Boolean, list, tuple, range, dictionary, set, frozen set, byte, byte array, and memory view. So out of this, the ones highlighted in dark, which is string, integer, float, Boolean, list, tuple, range, and dictionary, we will cover. The other ones which are not in bold format, we won't be covering. So to start with, the most basic format of data types is string. So it is just like string, like how we saw the hello world, we stored it in a variable. So that is string. An integer is a whole number, so without any decimal. So that's integer format. A float is a one variable where we store with the decimal number. So for example, 10.02. And Boolean is a value which is true or false. So you can have only two values. So this four are the most basic data types. Now next you got collection data types, collection array data types. So we'll go through them. So we've got four collection array data types. The first one is list. A list is a collection which is ordered and it's changeable. So once you create, you can it is in a particular order and you can change it as well, uh, and it allows duplicate. So tuple is a collection which is ordered and unchangeable. So when you create a tuple, it will be in certain order, but you can't change it, and it allows duplicate as well. Set is a collection which is unordered and unindexed, and no duplicates allowed. And dictionary is a collection which is ordered and changeable, no duplicates allowed. Now, all these four collection array, we will deal with it and we'll go in much detail in a separate session. So for each of this, I've given separate session. So we'll go through it in those sessions. So I've got this program called variable and types. So I wanted to show you how we store it and how we print it and what is the type of each of them. So starting with we got variable x storing in string. So and we are printing it, and I'm uh, printing the type of it. Similarly, for integer, I'm storing integer value in x, and then printing it and printing the type. So same with the float. Float takes a decimal number, so I'm storing float in the x and again printing it. Same with boolean. Um, so I'll run this program, and then we'll go through the collection type as well. So let's run it. So there you go. It has run the program. So first thing, string example. Um, hello world. It has printed hello world, and it is telling me the type is a string type. Similarly, integer uh, is printed as 20 and type is integer. Float is again, it has printed the decimal number because I've given a decimal number here, and it is telling me it is of type float. So whatever, so you can notice the value of x here. The type of x is string. Here the type of x is integer, and the type of x has changed to float here. Same with the Boolean example. I'm storing x as Boolean, and then type it is showing as Boolean. Now coming to our collection array. So list is stored. So we can create a list using this syntax. It takes a square bracket. As I mentioned earlier, we'll talk about a list, tuple, set, and dictionary in much detail and we have got each session for them. But just wanted to show you the syntax for it. Allocating x variable x as the list, and then I'm checking what is the type of this list. So it is when a print statement when you say print the list, it prints the whole list like this. So how we have stored it, and also the type is list. Similarly, for tuple, we used uh, bracket, round brackets, and we can create tuple using this format. And again, we see when we print it, we see it exactly how we have stored it, and the class is tuple. Same with set. Set, the syntax is curl bracket, as you can see, and in the result we can see curl bracket and set when we print the value in here. Now range is an interesting one. So again, we'll cover range in much more detail, but here I'm saying create a range of 6. So x will have a value from 0 to 6, and when I printed it, it has printed the range and of type range. So that's uh, that's about we have covered about all the variables which and the types which is useful for building our Python foundation. Next, we'll talk about casting. So you can there are three methods provided, functions provided by Python for casting. One is int, one is float, and one is string. So using this int, we can convert a string or a float into an integer. So for example, if I've got a number 10.5, and if I typecast it to int, so int 10.5, I'll get a output as 10 because it has converted the float into the integer. Similarly, if I say convert an integer to float, so if I give 10, it'll convert it into 10.00. So using this integer, I can convert a string or a float into integer. For float, I can convert a string or an integer to a float, and for string, when I use a string casting, I can convert a integer or a float into a string. Now let's have a look at an example. So let me clear this and then, yeah, example. So first example here is I'm doing a typecasting. So I'm converting. So here is a simple, I'm converting integer to integer. So X will have a value of integer. Here I'm converting float to an integer, and here I'm converting a string to an integer. So let's run it and let's see what we get. So to start with, let's run it again. There you go. So the first one is integer example. So 1 is 1. The 2.8 has become 2, and 3 string has become a 3 integer. Now, similar to this concept, we can talk about the float works in a very similar way, that it converts integer float or a string into a float. So, for example, I've got 1 becomes 1.0, 2.8 remains 2.8, string 3 becomes a float 3.0, and a float 4.2 is 4.2. So that's our float example, and let's have a look at the string example. So in this, I've taken a string s and s1, convert string s1 to string, convert second, I'm converting integer 2 to string, and third is float to string 3.0. So when I run it, s1 remains as it is. The integer becomes a string, so integer 2 becomes a string, and 3.0 again becomes a string. So it is a string, not a float here. So z is a string. So there you go. So in this chapter, we have learned about all the different variables and types, and we have also learned about casting. From here on, we will be building all the building blocks of Python, and the best thing for you guys to do is go and practice all the different variables and types, and start getting your hands dirty, and create some programs for yourself in PyCharm or in Notepad++, as we have seen in chapter 2. At the end of session 12 or session 13, we'll talk about some real life example. So till then, I would like you to try different syntax and get yourself comfortable with all the Python syntax. Chapter number 5, list. Now, list is used to store multiple items in a single variable. List is a collection which is ordered and changeable, and it allows duplicate member. List is one of the 4 built-in data type provided by Python for storing collection of data. The other 3 are tuple, set, and dictionary. All 4 have their different usages, and the way you use any of this will depend upon the requirement. So, for example, as mentioned, list is ordered and changeable, and it allows duplicate. Um, so you will use list whenever you want whatever values you added in a list to be in the order which you have added. If you want to change any value, suppose you have created a list of 3 items, but you want to delete the second item, so you can do that in list. And if you want to have second and third item as the same value, so duplicate value, you can have it in the list. So if all of this requirement is valid, then you will use list.
The usage of tuple, set, and dictionary will learn about it in its own section, which will be followed by after this section. Now it is important to know that list, the creation, we use square bracket, tuple will use round bracket, and set will use curved bracket. So it is important to know these differences because in interview you will you need to know these differences. Um, so there you go. Also, one more thing is any collection object, if they are changeable, then the language provider, in this case Python, will provide you all the methods which will help you to change. So we'll see this is a list of methods provided by built-in method provided by Python. So you can see, so first one is append. So you can add an element to the end of the list. Second is clear. So removes all the element from the list. Third is copy. Returns you a copy of the list. Fourth is count. Returns the number of element with the specified value. Fifth is extend. So adds an element of a list to the end of the current list. Index will return you the index of the first element with the specified value. Insert adds an element at a specified position. Pop removes the element at a specified position. Remove removes the item with the specified value. Reverse reverses the order of the list. So it is important, like because it's changeable, you get all this pop, reverse, remove, extend, append. So and last one is sort, which will sort the list. So let's have a look at the example. So what I've done here is I've created three lists here. First one is number, so it's an empty list. Second one is a string, again an empty list. And third one, I've defined it as a name, so it has pre-populated with three items in the list. Now, with the list, the first item is in index position 0, the second item is index position 1, and third item is index position 2. So that's how all the collection data type works. So uh, here I'm using the append built-in method provided by Python for list. So I'm saying I'm appending to the empty number, I'm appending number 1, 2, 3. And for the string, I'm appending hello and world. And then I'm printing a number, just printing a example thing, and then printing a string. And I'm creating a second name variable, and I'm storing a string which is the first index position value of name. So in here the first name would be Eric. So when I print this, it will print my variable, which is the second name, and then we'll come back to this. So let me run this program. So the first one, so the first print statement is this one. So it is printing number 1, 2, 3. So it is printing it in the same order in which I created it. So the order is this. So I've added 1 first, and then 2, and then 3. So it is printing it in the same order. So hence it is ordered. And because I'm using append, after creation of a list, it is changeable as well. Yeah. For the string list, I'm printing it, and again it is printed it in the same order, hello world. And lastly, the second name. So we can see the first index position, the name is Eric, which is this. Um, Now let's have a look at this for statement. So line number 20, I'm saying remove, and then I'm sorting the name, and then I'm printing remove and number. So let's have a look. So as you can see, this remove 2, it has removed um, the number 2. So it is removing the value 2 uh, and then sorting the number. So I'm sorting the name which is here. So it is sorted in alphabetical order. So Eric comes first, Jessica second, and John third. So there you go. The example of list with different built-in methods. Now, second one, this is a small example where I'm creating a list with three items in it, all of them string value. Here I just wanted to show that I can mix and match. So I can add string as the first three items, and then I can have number in the next two items. So if I print this, so you can see it is again in the same order as I've created them, but you can mix and match string. So it can a list can take any objects. So that's it for the list. So we'll learn about set and tuple and dictionary in the next few sessions. Thank you. Chapter number 6, Tuple and Sets. Tuples are used to store multiple items in a single variable. Now, the four built-in data types for collections other than tuple are list, set, and dictionary. All of them has got different usage. We have already learned about list. In this session, we'll learn about tuple and set, and in next session, we'll learn about dictionary. Now, it is very important that you know the differences between all these four data types, because um, uh, this topic of collection array is the most important and most usually asked in the interviews, and the interviewer's favorite topic, because they can grill you onto usage of the collection and which data type to use. So you should be able to know the difference and should be able to convince the interviewer why you're using list or set or tuple or dictionary in the scenario given by interviewer. So coming back to tuple, tuple is a collection which is stored in ordered and unchangeable. You can't change it. It is ordered, and as we already know, we have seen one example of tuple already. We use round brackets. So again, reiterating, list is square bracket, tuple is round bracket, set is curly bracket. And we'll learn about dictionary in the next chapter. And tuple does allow duplicate. Now, tuple, Python only provides two methods for tuple. One is count and the other is index. So count returns the number of times a specific value occurs in a tuple, and index searches the value and returns the position of the value. Let's have a look at the examples now. So I've written some tuple code already, and I'll run past this code with you, and let's clear and then let's get ready for the tuple example. So the aim is to create a tuple and just to play around with the tuple and just to explain to you what I mean by it allows a duplicate or not. So the first example is I'm creating a tuple and the variable name is tuple1, and I'm adding apple, banana, and cherry into tuple variable tuple1, printing it, and type, I'm printing the type of the tuple1 variable. Similarly, here I'm in tuple2 variable, I'm creating a tuple with 5 item, but if you notice two of them, like apple is repeated 2 times and banana is repeated 2 times. So because it allows duplicate, we should see all 5 items. In tuple 3, I'm dealing with numbers, so just to show you it can take numbers as well. And tuple 4, I'm dealing with the boolean, so just to show you it can take boolean as well, and then printing it and printing the type so that you know what the type is. And I'm just using the 2 method. So in tuple we are going through all the method provided um, by Python. So index of 7. So in this, what will we get returned, and then count of 7. So how many times 7 is there? So let's run this. So okay. So in our first code, we said we created a tuple with apple, banana, cherry. So apple, banana, cherry got printed here, and the class, the type is class tuple. In the second piece of code, we have added duplicate, and we wanted to check if duplicates are allowed, and duplicate is allowed because it printed the whole of tuple. In this one, we have used numbers, and it is printing numbers in the same order as we have inputted. So it hasn't played with our order. So it is the order in which we have created. Again, the class is tuple. And finally, in tuple 4, we created boolean true, false, false, and it does give us same. It is allowing duplicate because false is repeated 2 times. And the 2 methods, first one is um, index 7. So where the first occurrence of 7 is. So 7 is here, if you can see, and the index is 0, 1, 2. So it has written 2 to us. And in second one, I'm saying give me the count, number of count for 7. So because count will be 1 and 2, so we got 2. So just let's play with this. Let's say we want 9 here. Let's see what is the count for 9. It should be 1. So run, and we got 1. So that's about tuple. We have gone through everything about tuple. So I would recommend you can please practice tuple and try and understand the difference between list tuple. Next, we'll be talking about set. I haven't seen a set in the entry level exam. Like I haven't seen the topic set being mentioned, but nevertheless, it is as I mentioned, it is um, the whole collection data type is a very favorite topic of interviewer, and for completeness, I need to tell you about set as well. So set again are used to store multiple items in a single variable. Set is one of the 4 built-in types. The other 3 are list, tuple, and dictionary. We already learned about list and tuple. Now, set is a collection which is both unordered and unindexed. So, no matter in which order you create a set, it will just manage itself. It won't have it in any order, and it is not indexed. Um, Set the syntax for set is using curl bracket. I'll repeat. For list it's square bracket, and for tuple it's round bracket. And set doesn't allow duplicate. Now let's see what functions for what methods does Python gives for set. So these are the list of methods which Python gives for set. I would recommend you to pause the video at this point of time and just read through the different methods. Um, all these methods are used for, like, for example, add is for adding a new element, clear is for removing everything from the set, and so on and so forth. It is kind of self-explanatory, all of this, but unless and until you don't try each of them, you won't know the subtle differences between the different methods. So I would strongly recommend you to go through um, as much as you can and just keep practicing. And let's have a look at the example of set. So here I am again creating number of sets. So first one, again, I'm creating a set one with a curl bracket, as you can see, and I'm creating um, three value object, string value object inside set apple, banana, cherry, um, and printing it and printing the type of set one variable. Again, in the set 2, I'm purposely putting in some duplicate values, like apple is duplicated and banana is duplicated. So because set doesn't allow duplicates, so let's see what we'll get out of it. So we should not. So what should happen is we should only get one value of each. So duplicate should not get added. Similarly, in the third example, I'm creating set 3 with numbers. So 1, 5, 7, 9, 3, 7. So 7 is repeated 2 times. And I'm using a method provided by. So after creating a set 3, I'm just adding in 8. Yeah. So total there will be 1, 5, 7. 7 is repeated 2 times. So 1, 5, 7, 9, 3, and then 8. So 6 item should get printed when I print this. And then similarly with Boolean set 4, I'm purposely putting in false 2 times, but it should get printed. The set should be created with only two values, true and false. We'll discuss this in a minute, but let's get ready for executing this, running this set. So let's run this. So as you can see, our first example, apple, banana, cherry. So the object got created. If you see the order, I've I create I while creation I've given apple first, banana, and cherry in that order. But the creation of the set, it just depends upon how the Python wants. It's an unordered collection, so it will create in an unordered fashion. So it won't be in this order like tuple and list. Again, in our second example, what we can see is I'm purposely given duplicate, but duplicate didn't get added, and we only got uh, set with 3 value. Um, we have got also noticed that the type is set in this case. Now in this third example, I've given 7 object, but like numbers, but one was duplicate. So, and I've also used add method. So we can see 6 was added. The order, again, you can see the order is not in the order which I have entered it. So that's why it is unordered, and it's unindexed as well. And set 4, we only have got false and true. Now, now we have seen an add. Now I just wanted to show you a clear method as well. So when I say set 3 dot clear, it clears everything from the set. So this is what happened when I printed it. Something else I wanted to mention at this point of time, now that we have started coding multiple line of code, um, PyCharm provides this. Now this basically gives you a coding warning and errors and nice to do things. So basically it is saying it didn't like the way I have not provided a space in here. So PyCharm will give you
a recommendation, and we will try and follow the recommendation. It is always good to have this number mentioned here, always 0. So if I save this now, it's gone. There's a green tick mark, which is like a code is having no warning or error as per PyCharm. It is always good to get this green signal and not to have any error or warning. If there is error here, our program will refuse to run. But if there is warning here, our program will run. But you will have PyCharm will give you a warning like this. Um, so we'll discuss more about this as we go along, and in a future session where our code will get a little bit um, complex, and we'll start using different building blocks. We will learn more about this and the coding standards which we need to use. So that's it for set and tuple, and we have already learned list. So next session we'll learn about dictionaries, and that will finish our collection. Chapter 7, Dictionaries. Now dictionary is the last one of the collection data type provided by Python. The other three we already have gone through. They are list, tuple, and set. Now dictionaries are used to store data, but this one is slightly different than the other three which we have seen, because this one stores in a key value. So for example, um, you can store like name as Smith, and then age as 23, for example. So you can like in here the key will be the name and the value will be Smith, or the key will be age and the value will be 23, and so on and so forth. So you can create a storage array with the name value keypad. Also, dictionaries are um, they are ordered, they are changeable, and they don't allow duplicates. Now, any data type which is changeable, then um, Python will have to provide you with methods which will allow you to change the type. So what we will see is uh, the methods which Python will provide you, for example, clear or pop or pop item, update and all that. That is all for changeable. Copy is like copy, returns a copy for dictionaries, and so on and so forth. So I will advise you to pause the video at this point of time and read through all of this. All of this should make sense, but again, I would highly recommend you to try all of this in an example and just get used to the dictionaries and its method. Let's have a look at the code. Now, here is an example of a dictionary. So as I mentioned, it will have a name value pair. So the name is the key is name here, value is Smith. The key is year, value is 1990. Key is sport, value is football. Similarly, I've created another dictionary with same variable name. So this variable will be overwritten, but here I'm purposely added a duplicate value, and then we'll see what happens. This because it doesn't allow duplicate, this won't be created. Then we'll print dictionary, and also will print the type of the dictionary. Let's run this, and then I will explain about all the methods. Um, so as you can see in the first example,
we have got just three key value pair: name, Smith, year 1990, sports, football. In the second example, uh, we don't have sport two times because it doesn't allow duplicate. The type of the collection type is dictionary. I've purposefully made sure I get some error and warning here, not error, warning here, because it likes the collection to be in the straight line. I personally find this one more readable, but just for the sake of keeping this ID happy, I'm going to try and save it, and this number is reduced. Also, if you click on this, it basically gives you the warning saying there are duplicate keys here. So it will warn you. Um, the file will still be okay to run. So if I want to run it as we have already seen, it will still run, but it will warn you. So if you remove this, this two warning will go away. Now, uh, to have a look at the methods, so chap7.value will give you all the values, just the values it will give you. So Smith, sport, and Smith 1990 and football. Similarly, if you give chapter 7 an item, it'll give you all the items. Chapter 7 and keys, it will give you all the keys, and clear will clear it all. So let's have a look at what has happened here. So in the dictionaries value, which is this piece of code, it has given us just the value, which is Smith 1990 and football. I've also um, printed the type of it. So type is dictionary value. So good to know. Also, then returning an item. So basically, it is returning a list. So which is a square bracket, and it is giving us comma separated. So this is one item. This is second item, and this is third item. So um, again, the type is dictionary item, and finally, just to get, so this piece of code is just to get the keys. So we got the keys back, which is name, year, and sport. And last but not the least, uh, if I want to clear, I want to use method clear to clear the chapter 7 dictionary. So once I do that, I will get the nothing back. So that's it for dictionary. I would recommend you to go through all these four dictionary type, sorry, data types for collection, which is list, tuple, set, and dictionaries. I will highly recommend to go through all the methods and understand the differences between all four of this. This is interviewers one of the favorite topics, and because of the subtle difference between all of this and the usage, um, questions will be asked on this. Chapter number 8, basic operators. So far, whatever we have learned about data types and variables, we'll be using it. So Python divides the operator in the following groups. The first one is arithmetic operators, then assignment operators, comparison operators, logical operator, identity operators, membership operator, and bitwise operator. Now, in this course, we won't cover identity and membership operator, but we will cover all the others because the identity and membership, they are in the advanced level, and you will learn in once you do the advanced level certification. So for our entry level and associate level certification, we only need the 5. So the arithmetic operator, so it is a normal operation, what you will also see in your calculator. So for example, the plus is addition, no surprise there, minus subtraction, star is multiplication, slash is division, percentage is modulus. So modulus is where suppose if you divide 17 by 3, the remainder is 2. So modulus is 2. Exponential is you multiply the number that many number of times. We'll learn about more about exponential. And floor division, which is double slash, is for example, again let's take 17 divided by 3. So you just remove the decimal number. So 17 divided by 3, like floor division, if we do, the answer will be 5. So we'll learn about this in our example. Next is assignment operators. So we have got 5 assignment operator equal to. So example is x equal to 5. So variable x gets assigned 5. Simple. Now plus equal to. Now this is similar in majority, like most of the languages, like C++ and C sharp as well, where x, if I say x plus equal to 3, it becomes, it actually means x equal to x plus 3. So you add 3 to whatever the x value of x is. The rest of the things will follow in the similar way. So which is minus equal to becomes x minus equal to 3 will become x equal to x minus 3. Same with star equal to is multiplication equal to. So x equal to x multiplied by 3. Same with the division. So I think you got the idea. Um, we'll learn about a few of this example in our example. Next is a comparison operator. Everything here should make sense. So double equal to is used whenever you are comparing two variables. You use double equal to. This is again common across different languages like Java and C sharp along with Python. So double equal to is equal to, and exclamation equal to is not equal to. Greater than is, so this bracket is used for greater than, and then less than, greater than equal to, again it's self-explanatory, and less than equal to. And finally, logical operator, we have got and, which means returns true if both statements are true. uh, or is returns true if one of the statements are true, and not, meaning reverse the result. So returns false if the result is true. So let's have a look at it from example point of view, and it'll make more sense. I've assigned a variable x equal to 17, so we have used equal to operator here. Y equal to 3. Yeah. So I won't do I won't show you the example of plus, addition, subtraction, multiplication. It's quite easy. So let's start with division, modulus, floor division, and exponential. So let's have a look at this. When we do x divide by y, and x modulus y, x floor division y, and x exponential y. Let's run this example and see what happens. All right, so when I do x divide by y, x is 17, y is 3, so I get answer in decimal number. Next is x modulus y, so the remainder is 2, so we got the answer 2. Similarly, x floor division y, we got the answer 5, so it takes out any decimal places, odd modulus. And x exponential y, so 17 exponential 3. So let me show you the example here. So let's do, so 17 multiplied by 17 multiplied by 17 equal to 4913. So that's what it has done. It has multiplied 7 3 times and we got answer 4913. All right, there is our arithmetic operator. Now let's do a bit of assignment operator and then comparison operator. So here our value of x is 17, so I'm doing x plus equal to 2. Um, so I'm saying x equal to x plus 2, so answer here should be 19. Again, here I'm doing a comparison operator, so I'm using double equal to, and I'm saying, um, for now, just think of this as a if statement. We have got a separate session for the if statement, so just think about it as a proper, as a comparison statement. So here I'm comparing, I'm saying if 3 equal to x, the value of x is 19, then print comparison. So because it's not equal, so our comparison should not get printed. Similarly, I'm using an AND logical operator here. X equal to 19, which is true, and y equal to 3. So our value of y is 3, which is again true. So we should get this printed. And an example of not. So print x equal to 19. So we should get a true value here because it's a Boolean value. Uh, let's see. Yep, it will stop complaining, and here also it will stop complaining. So if I save this, so yeah, that's much better. And yeah, here it should. So if I run this again, and let's look at the bottom part. So print x here. So we got a value of 19. This statement didn't get printed because value of x is not 3, so comparison didn't get printed. This got printed, so we got logical here, and is print 19 equal to x. So 19 double equal to x will give us a Boolean value true, and we got true. And then using a not variable, we got the reverse of the true, that is false. So we use this. Next is let's use try and learn about bitwise operation. So bitwise operator, we have got and symbol, which is like it, in bitwise it's and what it does is sets each bit to 1 if both bits are 1. We'll learn about more about bitwise binary representation and then how this bitwise work. So similarly, this pipe symbol is for OR. So it sets a bit to 1 if one of the two bits are 1, and XOR, which is this caret symbol, which is it sets the bit to 1 if only one of the two bits are 1, and tilde symbol is not, is inverse all the bits. Um, the two less than symbols is shifts it shifts the bitwise representation. If pushing the zeros from right to left. So we'll learn more about that. Similarly, right side shift is 2 greater than symbol. So we'll learn more about this. But before that, just learn a little bit about bitwise representation for the people who are new to bitwise representation of decimal number. So quickly I'll go through it. So on the left hand column here, I am having a decimal number 0 to 15, and on right hand side I've got a binary number from 0 to 15. So binary is a number where you can only have 0 and 1. So And so if I want to represent any number here, then I should have a equivalent binary number. Now the way it works is 4 zeros is 0. Um, with 1 is the last becomes 1, and then 1 0 for 2, 1 1 for 3, 1 0 0 for 4, 1 0 1 for 5, 1 1 0 for 6, 1 1 1 for 7, and then the fourth one uh, binary becomes 1 and rest all becomes 0, so which is 8, and so on and so forth. So we have got number till 15, and if the number is 16, then the fifth you get added the fifth number, and it becomes the binary representation of 16 would be 1 0 0 0 0. So that's the just a quick explanation of decimal and binary. So uh, I put together an example for easy understanding of decimal and binary. So I've got three decimal number: a equal to 60, b equal to 13, and c equal to 0. Now the binary equivalent of 60 is this. I've highlighted it, and the binary equivalent of 13 is this. Now you can easily find that out using a calculator. So let's use not the scientific calculator, let's use the programmer calculator. All right, so if I do binary 60, the bin number is binary, sorry, if I do decimal 60, the binary number is 00111100, as you can see here. And same with 13, you can check 13 and you will get 1101. So let me minimize that. Now let's do some operation. So I've done C equal to A and B. So what should happen is A is this, B is this. So if I do A and B, so it should do, so it will compare, um, so this and this is 0. So if I highlight this, so it'll do, so this highlighted one is 1 and this is 0. So answer will be 0. Similarly, this is 1, this is 0. Sorry, this is 1. So answer will be 1. Similarly, this is 1, this is 1. So answer will be 1. Rest all will be 0. So let's run this. So so when I do C equal to A and B, so it is if we go back to our sets each bit to 1 if both the bits are 1. Yeah. So hence the answer is 12. Yeah. Similarly, if I do OR, so if I highlight this and if I do OR of this, so it will be 00111101. Yeah. So as the answer will be this, which will be 61. So as we can see here, um, similarly, if we do XOR, uh, the answer will be, if I highlight this again, it will be, so if we take this, XOR is sets each bit to 1 if only one of the two bits are 1. Hence we got 00110001, and the answer is 49 for XOR. So we'll look at these three example now. One is invert. So it's invert of A. So A is this one. So it'll do the invert of everything. So 0 becomes 1, 1 becomes 0. Also positive becomes negative sign. So hence we got the answer of minus 61. Now the last two example, it's an interesting one. So here we are saying shift A to by two side, bitwise two side to the left hand side. So A is this one, and we want to shift it to two side. So 1 1, this 2 1 1 will go to the left hand side, and we'll get 1 1 1 1 0 0 0 0, and the answer is 240, as you can see. Similarly, for right hand side operator, shift right operator, A greater than 2, everything will shift to position to the its right. So the answer will become 15. Yeah, so as you can see, the answer is 15. So that's our bitwise operation. So in this session, we have learned about arithmetic operator, assignment operator, comparison operator, logical operator, and bitwise operator. For bitwise operators, because it's slightly complicated, is interviewer favorite topic. Sometime logical operator is asked. So that's it in this session. Keep practicing, and let's meet in our next section, which is string. Chapter number 9, string formatting. In this chapter, we are going to learn about all the methods provided by Python. There are at least 3 dozen to 4 dozen methods provided by Python. So it's good to know some of them, because it'll be very handy. String formatting is very much used in the real life world. There's a lot of times you need to format your string in the programming world to get the desired output in files. You have to represent the data in certain format, and you need to do string formatting all the time. So to start with, there are two functions which we have already seen, print and length. So we can print a string, and we can find the length of the string. Next is all the methods provided by Python for string. I would like, if you want to pause the video here and just read through uh, all this methods. There are, as I said, there are 3 dozen um, odd methods provided by Python for the string. So all the ones which are marked with black font are regular, like I have used them regularly. I'll just read through one or two and you will get the idea. So capitalize is convert the first character to the uppercase. So if you want to convert just the first character, use capitalize. Uh, Similarly, caseful, if you want to convert everything to lowercase, convert string into lowercase, use caseful. Count is returns the number of time a specified value occurs in a string, and so on and so forth. So, yep, if you pause and have a read, I will move on to my next set of methods. So, this is the next one. So, is lower is a boolean and returns true or false. If all character in the string are lowercase, it will return true. Similarly, all the methods with starting with is returns a boolean value. So is numeric, if the string has got a numeric, suppose the string is 1 to 3, and if you say is numeric string 1 to 3, then it will return you true. Um, Similarly, is upper is upper, and so on. So again, pause the video and go through all of this, and yeah, I'll move on to the next one. If you see split, for example, uh, splits the string into a list. We'll see an example of split. Similarly, strip, we'll also see strip in our example. So There you go. Those are the list of methods. So let's go to our example. So the aim of the example is to try different string formatting methods provided by Python. So I'm defining my variable a as hello comma world, and the first exercise, the first example is to print what is there in position 1. So we all know by now that first position is 0. So if I say position 1, then E will should get printed. Similarly, length of a string. So length is how much the length of this hello world is. So if I count them, let me mark it, and then yeah, if I count them, so it is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. So I should get answer 13. uh, so I've introduced uh, a variable b, and purposely kept a space here, and then I'm concatenating the two strings. So c equal to a plus b, so it is a and b joined together, and then printing it. So for now, let's run it and see till line number 12 what happens. So as I mentioned here, in our line number 4, we'll get answer E. For line number 7, that is print length A, we got answer 13. And for concatenating string, we got both A and B concatenated. So at this point, let's print, let's put some bifurcation in here so that we know we don't have to look at the one above that. And let's clear this. Now, here is give me print B, give me from position 2 to position 5. So B is this, so give me, so this is position, let me highlight it. So this is position 0, position 1, position 2. So it is saying give me from position 2 to position 5. So I should get OOD. Uh, find the number of times space is there in C. So let's run this and then we'll have more. Okay, so if I scroll down a little bit more, yep, there you go. So I got OOD, and number of time the space is there in our example. So in this, there's one space here, two space here, and three space here. So we got answer 3, which is this one. Now, this example, I'm saying index of world. So in this, what is the index where the word world appears? So the index would be, the answer would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so seventh position, world has appeared. So I got the answer 7. Now, is C is numeric? Yeah, so the answer will be Boolean. So C, the value of C is this. So is it numeric? No. So our answer is false. Now I've defined a new variable D, which is 1, 2, 3, and I'm asking is D numeric? So I got the answer to true. Now convert a string to a lowercase. So I converted everything hello world, good morning to all lowercase. Now this is replace. Replace is very much used in real world, and you often replace delimiters from one to another, or replace space with no space and things like that. So here I'm replacing world with student, and yeah, I got hello students. So world is got replaced with student. And this one split, I'm saying split wherever there is space. So in return, I got a list. So square bracket, we all know square bracket is list, round bracket is tuple, and curl bracket is set. Yeah. So I got a square bracket which is list, and I've got this hello world, good morning, got split into four values of list: hello world, exclamation, good, and morning. All right, last two examples. So strip. Now what does strip do is it will take out a blank space from the leftmost of the first part of the string and the end part of the string. So because we don't have any, so in this, so not this, so this one, in this we don't have a space in front and space at the end, so this strip won't do much, so it'll just print whatever it is. But if I had a space in front or at the end, it'll just strip it off. And finally upper, it'll convert everything to uppercase, so you can see hello world, good morning. So that's all for the string formatting. Please do try all the different types which are provided, and do understand the subtle difference between so many functions, sorry, methods provided by Python, and it will be helpful in the certification. Also, it will be helpful in interview preparation. Thank you. Chapter number 10. If, else if, else statement. Now, Python supports the usual logical condition from mathematics. So if statement, Python relies on the indentation. So from here on, like till now, we haven't used indentation, and didn't mention about it. But for if statement, while statement, loops, nested loops, we will have to use indentation, and we'll learn more about it when I show you the example. Like languages like Java, C Sharp don't need an indentation, but Python does need it, and you need to follow some the indentation. So otherwise, the program will complain to run the file, and you will see the error. The other thing about the if else is, in case you want to write a if condition, but you want to do nothing, then you use the pause statement. It's something similar to the continue statement, but we'll learn more about the continue statement as well uh, in the future sessions. But I will tell you more about the if statement in the example. So here is our example for the if statement, if elif else. So I've got a variable a which I've assigned it a value of 200. Got a variable b which I've got assigned a value 33. Now the syntax for the if is word if. So I'll highlight it, word if, and then the assignment, like if b is, so in this example I'm saying if b is greater than a, then print b is greater than a. Elif, if a is equal to b, then print a equal to b. And finally, if both of this condition doesn't happen, then else condition will run. It's kind of similar to a plain English language where we say if this do certain things, else do something else. So similar to that. Um, Now the few things to notice here is there is a colon at the end of a if statement. Also, the the next the code which we run inside the if statement needs to be indented. So uh, Python requires you to at least leave one space after the if. But general practice is you can see this PyCharm is telling me to leave four spaces. So as soon as I leave four spaces, PyCharm is happy, and it stopped complaining. So I'll do the same thing. I'll leave 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces, it'll stop complaining this as well. And 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 spaces here, and it has stopped complaining about this. Um, so this is so we can use comparison. So here we are using comparison. We can also use a logical operation where we can say if A equal to B and C equal to D. So we can use AND statement or statement. We can use that. Uh, the aim is to have the output of this highlighted stuff as a Boolean value, true or false. Yeah, so that's the aim. So let's run this and then we'll see what we get, and it should be more clearer. So A is 200, B is 33. I'm running this, and so code would have gone inside the first if statement. And is B greater than A? B is not greater than A because B is 33. A is greater than B. So it would have gone into the else if is A equal to B, double equal to B. So is A is not equal to B. So it would have ignored both of this, and it would have printed gone inside the else statement and printed A is greater than B. So one more thing I like personally, I don't like I like my code to be clean, and I like uh, proper. I like to mention this one. So inside the brackets. So if I run this, yeah, but it is more readable. Like if I have and statement in between, then it is more readable. But it's your choice if you want to use without brackets or with brackets. It's up to you. Yep, and it is more happy now. Yeah, cool. Now, if you don't want this indentation, yeah, there is one other way of doing this is this one. So this is all in one line. So I'm saying print A if A is greater than B, else print B. Yeah, there's one line of code, no indentation. So this is something what Python supports. So if I run this, so it has printed A because A is greater than B, so it has printed A. Now let's learn about the pass statement. So let me uncomment this. So yep, and it wants me to, it's not, it'll run the program even though it is giving me warning here because it wants me to leave 4 spaces. So 1, 2, and now it has stopped complaining. Save it and run it. So basically I'm saying here if B is greater than A, go inside this if statement, but that's it, don't run anything. We'll see some example maybe in future session where and how to use this pass, but for now I think this should be good enough. Now next is the nested if statement. Yeah. So if statement inside an if statement. So let's have a look at this. So I purposely kept made some indentation, not an error but a warning. So let's clean the code and then it will be good example for you as well. So x equal to 40. If x is greater than 10, then print above 10. If x is greater than 20, then so it has gone. So all of this code is inside the top if statement. So it is a nested if. So if x is greater than 20, so and also greater than 20, it'll print. If not, it'll say but not above 20. So it'll say above 10 but not above 20. So we'll try some example, but let's clean the code first. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this if statement needs to be in the same line, and then again this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's much more readable. and we have got only one error here, if you can see, and it is basically saying don't leave that much empty space, just one line after the code finishes is good enough. So let's save it, and I got a green tick here. Yep, so no problem with the code. So let's run the code. So 40 is about 10 and also is about 20. So let's just change this to say um, 15. Save and then run. So it is about 10 but not about 20. So it is going inside the if statement and it has run the else part of the nested if. One more example, I'll just say 5. Yeah, so it should say nothing because it didn't go inside this if statement. It just the first condition itself failed, so it won't go anywhere. It'll just uh, come out of this whole if statement and just there's no operation for us. So we can say uh, else print below 10. Let's execute this. Below 10. Yeah, so that's nice and clear, and yeah, we have completed our if, else if, elif, and else command. Next, we'll learn about loops in our next session. Thank you.
Chapter number 11, Loops and Iterators. So in our previous chapter, we learned about if, elif, else statement. So that is useful if you know the condition and you want to choose between different conditions. But if you want to run anything in a continuous loop, the loop can be, for example, if you want to run a sequence of statement for 100 times, for example, you won't use a if-else statement there. You need a thing something like for loop or a while loop. Um, Now, for loop is used for iterating over a sequence. Now, sequence can be a list, a tuple, a dictionary, a set. Also, it can be a string. So if a string is, let's say, hello world, and you want to run the loop for each character of the string, you can do that. Similarly, we know that list, tuple, dictionary, set, they store it a value or a key value pair. And if you want to run it via individual value or key value pair, you can do that using using for loop. Similarly, while loop can execute a set of statement as long as the condition is true. Yeah. So in while loop, you can say while the value of x is 3, kind of keep running the loop. So it is kind of keep running it till the value is 3. As soon as x becomes 4, just come out of the loop. So as simple as that. Now there are three things you can add inside a loop. So first is break statement. Now, to explain a break statement, for example, you have given a loop of 100 for x, run a for loop for 100 loops. But as soon as the value of the x variable x is 50, just come out of the loop. In case the value of the loop is 50, just don't run the loop, just come out of the loop. So you will give a statement, break statement there. On contrary, the continue statement is if you run the for loop for 100 times, but you don't want to run the 50th
when the variable value x is 50. So you can say when it's 50, just continue. Don't run any statement in the for loop or while loop. When the value is certain value, just don't run it. Just continue with the next iteration. And the range is now Python provides this range function, uh, and it returns a sequence of number starting from 0 by default and increment by 1 by default and end at a specific number which you have provided in the range. Now we'll see an example of all this break, continue, range in the for loop and in the while loop. Let's see an example of a for loop. So what I've done is, as we know, square bracket means list, and I've assigned inner fruits, I've assigned, created a list called fruit with apple, banana, cherry, and I'm doing a for loop um, of all the fruits. So the value of x is a iterable value. So first time the value x will have the value apple. The second time it will have banana, and third time it will have cherry. And each time it will print and the value. Similarly, if I have got a for loop um, and my loop is to run the string is banana, I want x. So x will have each time x will have in the for loop, it will have a value of each character of the banana. We'll see that. Let's save this and let's run this. All right. So first time in this for loop, it has run the value of x becomes apple, banana, and cherry, and each time um, the print statement has been executed and we got our apple, banana, cherry. And the second time the banana word banana, the value x gets each character of the banana because that's how you can work and the for loop works, and you print x where it prints banana out here. Now interesting thing to see, as with the if statement, the end of the if statement and end of the for statement, it requires a colon. Yep. Now let's have a look at slightly different. So let me comment this, and it requires a space. Comment this, and comment this space. And let me uncomment this, and let me do that as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Okay, there you go. That's so what I'm trying to do here is in a for loop for of the fruit similar to the previous one. I'm printing the fruit, but in case if statement, in case the value of x is banana, which is our second fruit, then stop the loop. So don't bother going anything. So here it'll come out of the loop as soon as it encounters banana. And in the continue statement, I'm saying in a for loop, if I if the value of x is banana, then don't do anything. Continue in this for loop. So it'll go to the line number 18 and it'll execute the next value of x. So let's run this. So in our first example here, um, it has run it apple and banana, and after banana it has come out of the loop. So and here uh, as soon as it got banana, it said go to line number 18 and run the next iteration of the for loop. So we didn't print any banana here. So there you go. So we have learned about for loop and the, the break and continue statement here. Next example is nested for loop. So yep. PyCharm is complaining about this, and it'll stop complaining, and one space extra line and save. So I've got here ADJ, my variable is, and I've got a list here um, of red, big, tasty, and the fruit I've got the same as apple, banana, cherry as last time, and I want to run this in a uh, nested for loop. So my ADJ fruit, so it'll run this in 3 times, but inside, so every time a value of x is red, it'll try and run this 3 times, one for apple, one for banana, one for cherry, and it'll print the combination. So let's see how it behaves. So run nested loops. So first time I get uh, red apple, this one, then red banana, then red cherry, uh, then big apple, big banana, and you got the point there, I guess. So that's our nested loop. Next, we will use the range function in the for loop. So I made sure there is no error, no warning, no error in my example. So let me explain you this one. So let's clear this one, and yes. So range can have one or two or three parameters. So in first case, I'm basically saying range of 6. So we know the default value of the range is starting with 0 is the default value, and increment by 1 is the default value. So let's go back to our program and execute this. Okay, before that, let me put a okay, 2 should be enough, and let's run it again. Okay, so first one runs from 0 to 5. So I'm saying for x, x in range 6, print x. So here it starts from 0 and it will increment by 1 by default, and it'll run 6 times. So each time when I print it, so it'll run the x value of x will have a value of 0 up to 5, and once it has completed 6 iteration, it'll come out of the for loop. So there you go. In the second example, it'll start from 2, run till 6. So this is the starting position, and this is the end position. Increment is 1, so it will run from 2 to position number 6, which is 5, and you get 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, print that. And in the third iteration, I'm basically saying start from 2, go till 30, but increment not by 1 but by 3. So the default incrementation, we are making it to 3. So here the first value of x is 2, the second value of x is increment 2 by 3, which is 5, and third is 8, and so on and so forth. It'll run till the index is 30, which is 29, number 29, and then it'll stop. Finally, let's have a look at the while loop. There you go. My program is nice and no error, as you can see. Uh, so aim is to show you some different combination of while loop. So uh, let me run this, and I will be able to, and let's put a print statement here to demarcate our output. Yep, let's run it again, save it, and run the while loop. Okay, what happened here? Okay, so basically I'm here saying value of I is 1, and then if value of I is less than 6, keep running this for loop. Yeah, so if I don't have this statement here, if I comment this while loop will run infinitely, and you will have your program will consume all your memory, and then it'll give code dump, or yeah, it'll break at some point of time. So you need to give some conditional statement. So here I'm saying increment the for loop. We already know what this does. So it'll say I equal to I plus 1. So it'll increment. So when this statement is running for the first time, the value of I will be 2. In line number 4, it'll say if 2 is less than 6, yes, it is less than 6, and it'll continue. So here we can see the output is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the sixth iteration, it'll come to line number 4 and say is 6 less than 6, the value is no, it'll come out of the loop. Now let's see an example of break and continue statement. So similarly I'm doing uh, but I'm saying if the value of I is 3, just come out of the loop, don't bother running any more loop. So here we can see it has run for 3 times, printed 1, 2, 3, and then it decided to come out of the loop. And lastly, the continue statement, we know when continues there, then it says don't bother running any part of current iteration, go to the line number 21 and run the next iteration. So the output here you can see it has skipped number 3, but it has printed 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. So that's our for loop, while loop, and range. We have gone through all of the different variation of loop with break statement and continue statement in it. So um, yeah, keep practicing, and yeah, do practice all the different variation of the loops, and we will look at the function in our next session. Chapter number 12, function. So a function is a block of code which only runs when it is called. You can pass data, known as parameters, into a function. A function can return data as a result. So in this session, we'll learn about creating a function, how to call a function, and how to pass an argument or a parameter into a function. Let's look into an example for the function. So I've written this sample code. Now if you can see, the light is green, so there's no code improvement suggested by PyCharm. Also, just wanted to let you know that the indentation, you can either use for space, or you can use tab. So, but PyCharm sometimes is temperamental. If you use if you mix and match a tab and spaces, then it does complain sometimes. So either stick to a tab uh, with uh, 4 spaces, or just stick to spaces, adding spaces yourself. So just a tip for you. So here the function, I've defined a function called my function. It's a very simple function where I've got a print statement saying um, hello from a function, yeah, and I'm calling this function. So when a Python code is executed, it'll go from line number 1, it'll go down, it'll encounter a function, uh, but it won't do anything at this point. It'll just go to line number 7 and execute this function. When this function my underscore function is executed, it will go to line number 3 and run the line number 4, and you will see the print statement. So before I go down to line number 14, let's run this program and let's see how it behaves. So as you can see, it my line number 7, where I'm calling the function name, it just executes the function and prints me hello from the function. Then it'll print the separator, which I've given using print statement. Now after that, I've defined a second function. Now the idea of this function is, like here you can see I've not passed any parameters here. Yeah. So in this I'm passing the name and then I'm printing hello the name. Yeah. So in this next line number 18 to 20, I'm passing in the name Steve, Harry and Lisa. And then for each of this call, I get my output as hello Steve, hello Harry, hello Lisa. Now let's see what happens if I don't pass anything. Yeah. So let's see if I do this. So I'm not passing anything. I'm saving this file. And so what should happen here? Yeah, because this function is expecting a name, but I'm not passing a name. Let's see. Yeah, as you can see, it has the program has during runtime, it has print Harry, like Steve Harry. When trying to execute this line number 20, it is giving me error. Yeah. So let's restore. So how do we overcome this problem? Like in the case where I don't know whether my function will have an parameter or not. So let's look at the next example. So my function 2. Uh, so Python provides you with this. So here, kids, star kids. So it basically is saying I can have multiple argument. If in case I don't know how many argument I'm going to pass, then like 3 or 4. So in this example, I'm passing 3, uh, and the second line number 32 is 3, line number 33 is 4. So let's run this again. Yep. So this is the output. So I'm passing 3 names and 4 names, and each time line 28, 29 is getting called. And the idea is the youngest person is the second uh, item. So Steve becomes 0, Harry becomes 1, and Lisa becomes 2. So hence I'm getting Lisa. Now coming back to our problem, where what if we don't know if the name is going to be passed. Python has provided you with the default parameter. So I'm calling my function 3, first time with UK, second time with India, but third time I'm not passing the any parameters. So so what this does is it assigns a default value to the parameter. So if nothing is passed, country is Norway. Um, Otherwise, the country is whatever you have passed in. So the country value of country becomes whatever you passed in, and then I'm printing. So here you can see when I call my function 4 times, it prints UK, India, Norway, USA. So a nice feature provided by Python. And my function 4. I'm creating a list, square bracket as we know is list by now. So I'm creating a fruit, apple, banana, cherry, and a fruits is a list. So when I run my function 4 in line number 59, I'm passing in a list fruits. Um, that will eventually call this code. Fruits will be passed in the form of a list. and in the for loop, food, the value x, which is an iterator now, it will have a value, first apple, and then I'm printing apple, then it'll have banana and then cherry, and it'll print the three. So let's have a look in our, so as you can see, it has printed apple, banana, and cherry. And finally, uh, in this example, I'm kind of a similar example to earlier, where this time I'm passing a number. So I'm saying call my function 5, and I'll pass a number 3, number 5, and number 9 here. So here the value first time when I'm calling line number 68 with number 3, the value of x here becomes number 3, and it returns 5 into 3, 15, and then it gets printed here. So as you can see here, similarly, all these values are printed. So that's a brief introduction to function, and I've gone through different variation in function with no arguments, one arguments, multiple arguments, default argument. So let's go through a few of the built-in function provided by Python. There are several dozens of them. I've listed them, all of them. So I would request you to pause your video here and just read this. For example, just we'll go through a few of them. So apps is this function basically returns an absolute value of a number. So Boolean will return Boolean value of a specific object. So yeah, just pause your video here, go through all of this. There might be some questions from here in the, if at all you plan to give your certification. You will use this in your day-to-day programming life, some of these functions for sure. So this is the first list. Second list is here. We have used a few of them in the second list, like we have used float, like converting, returning a float number. Also, we have used input, where we are allowing user to input. We have seen several examples of it, and then we have seen int as well. Uh, and third is, yeah, the third list also, uh, the length we have seen, list we have seen returns a list. Minimum is return the smallest item in an iterable object, and so on and so forth. So yeah, just pause the video and just read this list of built-in function. And finally, this one, print. We know we have used it so many times, and yeah, we have used range. We have used type. Um, so there you go. Those are the built-in function. It's good to go through all of them and read through and just understand what all the differences and what are the features of this built-in functions. Now, a brief talk about iterators. Now, an iterator is an object that contains a countable number of values. An iterator is an object that can be iterated upon, meaning that you can traverse through all the values. Now, in our earlier example, we have seen a list. We are passing a list here. Here we are passing the list, and so in turn, Python converts the x is an iterable object, and in this for loop, it becomes iterator, and the value of food gets iterated over the for loop. So to explain iterator, let's go to our code again, and I've written. So in this example, I've written. So as we have seen earlier, fruits has got value a list, apple, banana, cherry. Now the iter, we have not seen this till now. So iter is an iterator, and fruit is a list. So we are saying basically my it is the iterator object. And now instead of going through the for loop, we can also say print next in my IT. So my iterator, the object, print the next item into it, and then I'm printing this three times. So I get the next first item I get is as apple, the second one banana, and third one cherry. Now I put this print so that we exactly know where our iterator object is. Um, so printing this. So this is the place where I am printing apple, banana, and cherry. So as you can see, this is the use of a iterator. But um, also in a for loop, it is already converting into this object, and it's going through the for loop, uh, so automatically doing the next for you. So that's it for function, the iterator, and let's go to the scope now. Now, scope is very important in terms of understanding the uh, understanding the scope of a variable. And so let's go through this. When you define a variable inside a region, so a variable is only available from inside the region it is created, and this is called as a scope. Now, in a nested scope, the variable is not available outside the function, but is available for any function. So let's assume you have defined a function and you got a next nested function. So a function inside a function. Now, if you define a variable in the first function, the main function, that variable will be available for all the functions inside that function, but it won't be available outside that function. Third one is a variable created in the main body of the Python code is is a global variable and belongs to global scope. So we'll see an example of this. So any variable which is defined in the main body you can access that variable anywhere inside the function, outside the function, from anywhere. Okay. Now if you operate with the same variable name inside and outside. So if you define a variable, for example, x in the main body and inside the function, then Python will treat it as a two separate variable, one available in a global scope and one available in the local scope. If you want to make any variable global inside a function, then you use a global keyword. Now, all of this might sound bit complex at this point of time, but as soon as we go through some example, it will all become clear. And so let's go through it. All this understanding of scope is very important and is a favorite interview questions because the interviewer would like to know your understanding of scope. So let's go through it. Now, as you can see, the code is doesn't PyCharm is not giving me any recommendation, and we already know the indentation is either a tab or a four spaces is ideally recommended by PyCharm. Um, so here, what I'm doing is I'm defining a function from line 4 to line 6, and I've got a variable x which has got a value fix 50. Now this x has got a scope of local scope, like the scope of the value x, variable x, is inside this function. Yeah. So when I print this print x, so let's do this. So uh, run. Okay. So when I call this function, this code is getting called, and the print x has access to this variable x, and it gets printed. So I get 50. Now, for example, if I say after this print x, I want to access this variable x outside in the main code, main Python code, then the Python will straight away uh, tell you the x is unresolved. You can't execute this code. So because variable x is not available outside. Yeah. So there you go. That's our first one. Uh, Second one is let's go through the nested scope first. Now here I am defining a function inside the function. So the first function is my function, and I'm defining a variable called x and giving it a value 300. And there is another function inside. So if you can see the indentation, it is matching this. So another function called my inner function, and I'm trying to access. Uh, I'm printing x, which is defined in the first function. Yeah. So this is this value. The my inner function has got access to the function because it is part of this main function. Uh, and here I'm calling minor function from inside the main function. So the code, the way it will execute it in line number 12, I'm calling my function, which will uh, go to line number 4, and then it'll define x is equal to 300. Then inside this, it'll look at this code, but it won't execute it. It'll come to line number 9, which is calling the inner function. At this point, it'll execute line 7 and 8, and it'll print x. So let's execute this. Yeah, so x is getting printed as 300. Yeah. Now let's see if this x is available outside. So as soon as I try to access this from outside in line number 13, I'm getting error from Python. So yep, so that's our nested scope. Now a global scope. I've kept an error here purposely because PyCharm or Python is trying to tell me there is uh, a variable x defined in line number 3 for 300, but I'm using the same variable here. Yeah, so do I want this? So uh, internally, Python what is doing is it'll assign this variable is x and is in the global scope, and the variable defined inside this function, my function, this variable x is in the scope of this my function, and it's local to it. So when I do this print statement in line number 9, it'll print value 200. But when I do a print in line number 14, line it'll print 300. So let's execute this. So as you can see, uh, first is my function will be executed and it has printed line 200, and then print x in line number 14 300 gets printed. Yeah. Now to overcome this global x, so I can say x is global. Yeah. So let's see what happens here. So I've defined x is 300, but in line number 7 I'm saying x is global. Yeah, and I'm assigning a value 200 to x. So when I run my function, I definitely know I'll 200 will get printed. But at this point of time, will 200 get printed or 300? That's a good question. And let's run the scope, and we'll see 200 is getting printed. Now, why is that? Because we have assigned x, defined x as a global scope. So this value of this gets changed as soon as this code is executed, and the value of the global x, the x variable, which is now both of this x is global scope, and the value gets assigned to 200. And there you go. So that's all about scope. So in this session, we have learned about function and different variation of function, and we have learned about iterator as well, and different scope. So yeah, please practice, and in next two sessions. We'll be doing some real life examples. Whatever we learned so far, we'll try to apply them in our real life example. Hello. So far we have learned in the 12th session, we have completed everything is which is required for an entry level Python programming. You're ready for your entry level certification. You need to do a lot of practice, but in this session, what we are going to do is try some real life example. I've chosen a simple one to start with. Two example in this session. One is palindrome program, and the second is the leap year program. So let's have a look at the palindrome program. Okay, so what is palindrome? So palindrome is a number is basically uh, a word which is same when written backwards or same when written forward. Yeah. So in this program, what I'm doing is asking asking a user to uh, enter an input to check if the word inputted by user is palindrome or not. Here I've just written this print statement to explain to you how we can use this function provided by a string. How can we uh, to check if it is palindrome or not? So uh, let's run this program and then I'll explain you what this does. So enter your name. Uh, enter your name is not the right thing. So let's say enter your word to check if is palindrome. That sounds better. So let's run it again. Run, stop and rerun. Um, there you go. So enter your word to check if it is palindrome. So let's say 1881. So the string is a palindrome. Okay. Now I want to explain you these three print statements. That using a type statement, I know whatever is inputted by user is a string. Now this one, uh, so basically we are using this print function. So whatever is inside, so x we know is the input inputted by the user within this curl bracket. So this is the start position before the first colon. Second is the end position. So by default it's start and end, and this is increment or decrement. Yeah. So here I'm incrementing by 2. So for 1881, this the first value printed is 1, and the second value printed is 8 here. Uh, Now, if I want a word to be in a reverse order, I will use -1. So using x open square bracket, two colons, and then with -1, I get the reverse of the actual word. Yeah. So using this feature, I am using it in the if statement. So I'm saying if x is same as the reverse of the x. If it is same, I'm saying the string is palindrome. If not, I'm saying string is not palindrome. So just for completeness, now let's comment this line of code, save it, and typo corrected. There you go. Let me run this again. So enter your word to check if it's palindrome. So let's say habit. So is habit a palindrome? No, it is not a palindrome. Yeah. If I write habit in the reverse order, it won't be same as habit. Yeah. The second example is to check. I'm asking the user to enter year, year entered is a right is a leap year or if it's not a leap year. So this program also checks if a number is numeric, like in the real life now, real world example, we have to check. We can't assume user is going to enter a number in the user can enter a string. So first if statement here, I'm checking if the user has entered a so I'm using this is numeric function of the string, and if the user is has not entered a number, if user has entered some string, then I'm saying please enter the right data, and I'm exiting the function. So this is my function, is leap year function, and then this line of code, line number 18, I'm calling that function, and the value of that function. Now this function is returning a boolean value true or false. So I'm storing that value in no error, and then in this while loop, I am checking if if there is error, then keep calling the is leap year function. Now before we execute this function, this program, let's have a look at this else if, elif and else statement as well. So here I'm using the modulus 4. So a number, suppose a user has inputted a number, let's say 2000. Now, first of all, convert the string into an int. So I'm using that built-in function int. And once I've converted to an int, so 2000 becomes like string becomes 2000 integer, and then I'm doing modulus 4. Now, if it is 2000, then the result of this will be 0. So is 0 equal to 0? Yes, then it is leap number and return true. Then the year which I've entered is 2001, for example. Then the modulus won't be 0, it will be 1. So is 1 equal to 0? No, it is not. So it'll go into the else statement and so on and so forth. So let's execute this and let's see what we get. So give me the year. So yeah, I prefer space here. So for now, let's say 1010. Let's see. It's not a leap year. Yeah, it came out of the program, but let me save it and let me run this again. Uh, let's take 2000. Is it a leap year? It is. It's a leap year. Yeah. So there you go. One more run, and this time around I'm giving a string. So I say I type 200i. So typo, purposefully giving a typo. So it is basically it didn't come out of the program, as you can see. It is because I'm returning false here, and in this while statement it is calling the leap year again. Yeah, so it is asking the user to type in again. So this time user again does a typo, so it'll ask me again, and then once user write data, it'll say it's a leap year, and then exit the program. So I'm using a while statement to keep running till the user enters the right data. Yeah. So that's our two example for this session. Uh, we will see slightly more uh, difficult one in the next session, and then we'll talk about certification. Thank you.
In the second session of real life example, let's have a look at a very simple example of converting miles to kilometers. So in this example, user will just input in miles and will convert it into kilometers. So what I have is I have got a function uh, which will ask an input, um, in miles, and then I'm checking if the input given is a numeric number, and if it is, then I'll simply convert it into kilometers. Now the formula is kilometer equal to miles into 1.60934, and then I'm just printing the kilometer. I'm just using 5 decimal places and returning true. In case if it is not numeric, if the input entered is not numeric, then I'll ask the user to enter the input again. So this is the main line of code. So here it'll call the function mile to kilo, and if I got it true, so first time the user enters true, then it will never enter the while statement. So let's run it, and let's see whether we get the desired result. So okay, I want to convert 10 miles into kilometers, so I got 6.0934. So let's say I don't want 5 decimal, I just want 2 decimal. So let's run it again. Run, and I get 10 again. So I have got answer into decimal now, 16.09. So that sounds good. Now let's run it again, but this time let's give uh, a typo. So 1 O. I've written instead of 0, I've written O, and then it'll say enter it again. Yeah. Um, I can say 10 come out. So I can say here print um, please enter the number again. Looks like a typo. Save it, and then let's try again. So 1 and O. Please enter the number again. Looks like a typo, and 1 0, and there you go. So that's our example. So that's miles to kilometers. So let's have a look at one more. Fibonacci sequence. Now, what is a Fibonacci sequence and how we are going to print it? So, a Fibonacci sequence is a number. A sequence is in, so it starts with 0 and followed by 1, and after that it follows a particular pattern. That is, it adds the previous two numbers. So this the third number is made up of the sum of the last two numbers. So 0 plus 1 is 1, and then 1 plus 1 is 2, and then 2 plus 1 is 3, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So that's a Fibonacci sequence, and we want to print this using our program, and we want to control it. So we'll ask user to enter the nth term, that is how many numbers you want the sequence to be, and depending upon that the program will generate the Fibonacci sequence. So I'm taking an input here, and I'm storing it. So I'm asking how many terms does the user wants, and I'm converting into an integer and storing it in nth term. Because we know the first two sequence is going to be 0 and 1, so I'm assigning this n1, n2 is 0 and 1. Now if you can notice, I've purposely used this kind of assignment just to let you know that you can do this way as well. So I can also do n1 equal to 0, n2 equal to 1, but just I prefer assigning it n1 equal to 0, n2 equal to 1 rather than this, but this is how you can do it as well, one line code. So if you want to reduce on the number of lines of the code, you can do this.
Also the count, I'm making it as 0, and I'll use the count later on. Now, first of all, in the if statement, checking if the nth term inputted by user is, if it is 0 or less than 0, then I'm saying please enter a positive number. If it is 1, then I'm just printing n1, and that's it, job done. If it is more than 1, then I'm going in a while loop. I'm printing n1, and then I've got three variables here: the nth variable, the n1 and n2. So I'll do nth is equal to n1 plus n2. So so in the nth I've got my next number, and then I'll assign n1 n2 to n1, and then uh, and then increment the count. Yeah. So that way the while loop will keep on continuing till the counter is reached the value of 10, and then I'll get the nth term, and it'll get printed. So let's see, let's run this. So I want 10 term, and I got my answer, which is 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, etc., etc. But as you can see, it is not in the horizontal, it has gone vertical. That's because I'm using print statement without any end of line. So we know the print syntax is this. So our end equal to, by default, is new line. So I instead of new line, I don't want it in new line, I want it in same line. So I can say end equal to space. So let's save it and run it again. Again 10 sequence, and there you go. I got it in the desired format, if this is the format you wanted. And there you go. There you got your Fibonacci sequence. Um, and we kind of learned few things here. One is this one. Also, we reiterated how to use the print using end. We have done this in the input and print in session 3, but it's good to know what all different print statement you can use in different variations. So yeah, there you go. So we have seen example 3 Fibonacci sequence. We have seen kilometer converter miles to kilometer. Next is we are to our end of this course. So let's talk about certification. So we have discussed everything about the Python programmer entry level. So there are various different certification from entry level Python programming to certificate associate in Python programming to certified professional in Python programming. Let's have a look at the syllabus, and let's see if we covered. So we have seen this. We had been to this website in our second session, so pythoninstitute.org, and there are various different certification. Now, the Python certification is provided by many other course provider as well. So um, it's good to have some certification. If you're a kid in school and in college, then maybe certification, you don't need a certification, you just need to understand and get the foundation of Python programming correct. In case you're applying for your first job, and it's sometimes good to show certification. It definitely helps you in your CV. Also, if you are into some other programming and you want to get into Python, then it's always good to show certification. So let's have a look at the syllabus. So, so in the basic concept for the entry level certification, we have covered, uh, uh, yeah, we have covered almost everything from here. So that was our first few chapters. In data types, yeah, we covered all the necessary data types required for this certification. Uh, we have done all the flows: if statement, while statement, for statement, in loops, range we have done. Um, I would say, yeah, just practice the else statement in the while and for loop, which we didn't cover. We just touched upon it. We didn't. So yeah, have a just expand your knowledge base on this one. It's very simple. Break and continue statement we have covered. Uh, in the data collection, so this part, we have done length, we have done append, insert, index, everything we have done. Uh, we have done various things about strings, and then in the collection object we have learned about tuple and difference between the list, tuple, set, and dictionary. And so that's good. And the last bit, functions. So yeah, we have learned about defining a function, creating a function, using the built-in function. Um, we have learned about scope. We have learned about converting objects into list by using the function, the built-in function. The two things which I think we didn't look at yet. So none is the none keyword is same as the null keyword in other languages like Java. So it is just basically means assigning a none value, so no value to to the variable. And recursion, I'll just show you one example of recursion. If you want to just learn more about recursion, it's the mindset how you want to use it. Can get slightly tricky, but I'll show you one example of both of this, and that's our end of this entry level um, session. So there you go. So Fibonacci sequence again using recursion. Yeah. Uh, So here I purposely, this is for the sake of just introducing none to you. So I'm assigning a value none um, in the nth term, and immediately I'm assigning a value 10. So the use of this is, there's no use of this, but just to give you the syntax how it is done. So just introduce that. Now, how does the recursion work in this programming? So I'm saying the nth term is 10, so I want 10 sequence of it, and the same logic as our previous. So if it is less than, if it is not positive, give an error. Now print Fibonacci sequence, and then in a for loop I'm calling my function uh, recur Fibo, yeah, recur Fibonacci sequence, and I'm passing the value I. Now I, so n term is 10 in this example, so value of I, it's a range, yeah, so it'll go from, will do it from 0 to 9. So range will create a number from 0 to 9, and value of I will be 0 and then 1 and then 2, etc. till the 9. Yeah. So I will I'm calling the recurb Fibo by passing 0. So uh, so it will go inside this function, and if it is if the value of n is 0, then return n. So it'll come, and here it'll come to this for loop, and it'll keep going on um, in this definition. So let's say the value of n term, let's say the value of n I is 5 here, yeah. So it'll come inside this with the value of 5. It will go into the else statement, which is here. Here it is calling the function again. So this is recalling it itself with the value of 5 minus 1, 4. So I'm passing 4 here, and here I'm passing this, I'm passing 3. So the same function is called by itself. So inside this function, this is getting called, and then this is getting called, and it'll keep on calling till all the values are returned, and then finally you get the you can you get the print statement. Yeah. So let's run it. uh, yep, you got the sequence. Now, to understand this problem, I would say you add some print statement here, and just try and find out how it is behaving, how it is called itself, and you'll just understand the whole recursive. But I think you got the idea, and that's it for this session. Thank you. I have provided the links in the description below for the Python and PyCharm download. I have also recommended 3 Python books to enhance your knowledge. If you like this video, please like, comment, subscribe, and share. Thanks for watching. Welcome to associate level programming with Python. In this topics, we are going to cover files, exception handling, object-oriented programming, implementation of inheritance. We'll learn about modules and packages, regular expressions. We'll learn about a real-life example, and then we'll talk about the Python associate level program certification. In our previous few sessions, about 14 session, we have talked about the entry level Python programming. So we have built all the building blocks in the previous session. So from here on, we are going to talk about the intermediate level of Python programming. I've also some tips for the interview preparation. So let's go to our chapter number 13. So that's files. Now, the key function for file handling or working with files in Python is the open function. Now, open function takes 2 parameters. One is the name of the file, which is called file name, and second is the mode. Now, there are 4 different modes or methods for opening a file. They are R for reading a file. Now this value is a default value. Because it's a default value, you don't need to specify it. If specified, that's fine. The second one is A, so which is appending a file. So if a file exists, then it will append to from the end of the line, and if the file does not exist, it will create a file. The third one is W, so which is writing a file. So creates a file if it doesn't exist. If the file exists, it will overwrite everything inside the file. And the last one is X. So it'll create a file, but if the file exists, it'll give you an error. So this will be useful for like if the file exists and you don't want to append it or you don't want to overwrite it, you want to tell the user that file exists, so take some action. So that's where you will use X. Now, apart from this 4 modes, there are 2 additional modes, which is the files which you are working on can be a text file or it can be a binary file. So
The default value is a text file, but if it is you're dealing with images and all that, you can specify B as binary. So the example shown at the bottom of your screen, you can say file f equal to open name of the file, and you can close the bracket. The default value will be RT, or you can specify both the file name and the mode, which is RT, or any other mode you want to work with. So let's have a look at the read file. I am reading a file. The file is called navfile.txt. Let's say, let me remove this, save. So I've got 3 lines in the file, basically giving some information in this file about what this course is all about, and then I'm going to read the file. So I'm reading the file. Let's comment few lines here, and um, let's read the file. All right. So I'm opening a file. I'm reading the file. I'm closing the file. So that's what I'm doing. Let's run it. So it has read the file, and it has printed everything inside the file, which is all good. Now let's see. In this statement, I haven't given any mode. So if I want to give the mode, so let's see, I want to give the mode, and I've given the mode as R. Yeah. So the behavior of this program should be same. And yeah, there you go. It has printed the file. Now, few differences or few other usage I wanted to show you. So let's say I'm reading the file, and I only want to print the first 5 characters of the file, because I'm saying f.read 5 characters. Yep. So let's run it, and there you go. I got hello, which is the first 5 characters of the file. Um, let's have a look at some other example. Now I can use readLine to read a line of a file. So let's have a look at that. So I'm reading line 1, and then I'm reading line 2, and then I'm closing the file. So if I run this, and let's see what happens. So it has printed line 1 and line 2. It hasn't printed line 3 because our program doesn't do it, and it has come out of it. Now let's say I want to use a for loop for our, so I'm passing a file f to our for loop, assigning it to value x, and then printing the value x in a for loop. Yeah, so let's see what happens. Run the file. Yeah, so it has printed the first 2 lines in this two statement, but the rest of the line, which is our good luck, is getting printed using this for loop. So our file pointer has come. So the first 2 read line has read this. Then the file pointer is in line number 3, starting of line number 3, and then this for loop is reading the rest of the file and printing it. So there you go. We have seen all different variation of reading a file. So let's come in this, and let me show you the last bit. So in case I'm not reading this 2 lines and printing everything using the for loop, you can do that as well. Run this, and all 3 lines gets printed. So there you go. So that's our reading a line. Now let's have a look at writing into a file. So let's reiterate our 4 modes. First one, R, we have already um, done and dealt with in our read file example. So the mode A is appending a file if the file already exists. If not, create a new file. Mode W is overwrite everything if the file exists. If not, create a new file. And mode X is create a new file, but if the file exists, give an error. Yeah. So here I'm going to give you an example of
appending to an existing file. So I'm saying open a file and then write. Now the file has more content, and then close the file. Yeah, and then I'm again reading the same file and then printing everything what I'm reading. And one line missing here. Closing the file here. It's always a good practice to close a file. So let's run it. Yeah, so I've read a file, I've printed everything. You can see this got printed. Yeah, and if I go to my file, this line which I have written it in line number 8 is present here. So it has written it. Yeah, so we have seen the example of append. Now let me copy this file and yeah, just keeping a copy of that. And let's say I want to give you an example of W. Yeah. So what should happen if I run W? It should overwrite everything in that file, and hence I've taken the copy of it. Um, and yep. So the when I made it W, it has printed only the one which I have written here. And if I go to that file, it's only this one which is present. And let me just show you with X as well, just for completeness. So it should give you an error because file already exists. So let's see. There you go. Can't do this because file already exists. So that's our three different mode example. Now the last bit is deleting a file. Yep, file exists, which is same as our this file, but yeah, if the file exists, then delete the file. Now for deletion of this file, I'm using this package called OS. So I'm doing an import OS. We'll learn about this more in our package session, but for this purpose, for the file purpose, I'm doing os.remove and then file name. It'll remove the file. So keep an eye here in my uh, chapter 13 folder, and you will see the file will disappear. So let me run this file. So if you see chapter 14, or if you see in the tab, the file, this file disappeared. Now, if I just, if I run this again, the program will give you the file doesn't exist. So there you go. We have learned about everything about files. Uh, we have learned about every other aspects of the mode. The binary, of course, in case you happen to deal with the image, yeah, please try binary, reading the file, and yeah, whatever operation you want to do with the binary. And there you go. That's the end of our file function, where we have learned reading, writing, creating, and deletion of the file. Thanks. Chapter number 14, exception handling. So let's go through the built-in exception provided by Python. So there are a couple of dozens of exceptions provided by Python. I'll just go through a few, and then you can pause the video and then read about all of this. So arithmetic error, the first one, raised when an error occur in the numeric calculation. So um, whenever there is a exception occurs when doing some numerical calculations, you get an arithmetic exception. Assertion error, so raised when an assert statement fails. Uh, Now, the exception, the first level of exception is base class for all the exception, and from this exception, the further down if you go, you get different level of exceptions. So you can see floating point error, for example, raised when a floating point calculation fails, and so on and so forth. So I would recommend you to pause this video here and then read um, this first set of exceptions. I will go to the next. So this is the next set of exception provided by Python. So you can see syntax error and runtime error. Runtime error is an important one. So raised when an error occurs that do not belong to any specific exception. And yeah, just pause the video here, go through all of this, read all of this. Moving on. So we have just gone through a list of exceptions provided by Python. Now, how do we treat these exceptions? So if suppose one of these exceptions occur in your program, how do you deal with it? How do you programmatically handle this exception? So for this, Python has provided us with a try, exert, finally block. So try block lets you test a block of code for errors or exceptions. The except block lets you handle the error, and the finally block lets you execute the code regardless of the result of the try except block. Now let's see two examples to get our concept clear. So to start with the exception handling. So this piece of code, I've got the print statement, and so for now, let's see, I comment this, all of this, and then run it again. X is not defined, yeah, name error. So I'm getting a name error, and so if we go to, let's find, there you go, name error. Say third last from the bottom. So raised when a variable does not exist. Yeah. So we just proved that we reproduce this. So let's try and wrap it around our try catch, try exert block. I keep saying catch because in Java it's called catch. So again, we don't have a variable x defined. But whenever there is a name error occurs, I want to catch it in this exception handler. Any other, suppose if there are n number of line of code instead of one line of code, and if it is not a name error, if there is something else error, then I've got a general block for excerpt which will handle the base exception, and it will print something else went wrong. And then this line of code finally will get executed if the exception occurs or not. So let's run this line, this program. So basically I'm getting variable x is not defined, which is going inside this except name error. Um, and yeah, it doesn't go inside this, but it does go inside the finally block. Yeah. Now let me change this to something else called arithmetic error. Yep, so I'm not catching a name exception, I'm catching an arithmetic exception. So what should happen is it should not go inside this, it should go and get caught inside this generic exception handler block. So let me save and run this, and things will get clearer. So I got something else went wrong, which is going inside this block, and then it is saying finally block try except is finished. Yeah. So there you go. We just went through a simplest form of um, explaining of try except finally block. Now there is one more variation to this. Suppose you don't want to you want to raise your own exception instead of Python program throwing an exception. So here what I've done is I have defined a variable x with -1 value, and then inside this try and except block, I I've, I've said if x is less than 0, so our value of x is -1, then raise a arithmetic error. So I'm raising an arithmetic error in this line. So because we have got try and catch block, it'll try and run this piece of handler code, and it will check if there is arithmetic exception. If there is arithmetic error, then it'll print this. If there is a generic error, it'll print this, and it'll print finally always. So let's run this program and let's see what happens. So I'll run the raise exception, and you can see the variable x can't be negative. So it ran this piece of code, line 12 and 13, because we are throwing arithmetic error in line 11. Now, for some strange reason, I don't want to raise an arithmetic error. I want to raise a name error. Yep. Uh, or connection aborted error, just for the sake of it. My connection got lost and I got connection aborted error. And I want to run this. So it won't get caught here in my arithmetic error block, but it will get caught in the except block, which will try and catch the base exception. And then finally is getting caught. Now, um, in programming world, it is always good to keep this base exception at the last, and you try and catch a smaller exception first, so that you can handle it nicely. Like if there is connection aborted error, you handle connection aborted error and do whatever to do with connection aborted error. If there is name error, you do specific thing for name error, and then you do a very generic thing for base error. So that's it for our exception handling. Um, thank you. Chapter number 15, Lambda. So Python provides this lambda functions. So a lambda function is a small anonymous function. A lambda function can take any number of arguments but can only have one expression. And the syntax is the word lambda followed by arguments, semicolon, and then expression. The pros for of lambda is it's good for simple logical operations that are easy to understand. This makes the code more readable too, and good when you want a function that you will use just one time. The cons or drawback is they can only perform one expression. It's not possible to have multiple independent operation in one lambda function. And the second one is bad for operation that would span more than one line in a normal def function. Let's have a look at the example, and it should get more clearer. So this is my example where I'm trying to calculate an area of a circle, and I'm using lambda. Yeah. So lambda, I personally would prefer a proper def function rather than lambda, but just for understanding lambda and try and in case you encounter anyone who has written lambda and you need to understand it, it's always good to know what Python has provided, and also good from certification point of view or interview point of view. So what how do we use lambda to calculate area of circle? So first of all, I've defined a function called area of circle, and I'm returning a lambda function. So what does this do is here is my argument and expression. So argument is pi, and expression is pi r square, which is area of a circle. Yeah, pi r square. Uh, in next line of code, I've got radius. So I've just got an input. So I'm asking user to input a radius. Uh, so user will input the radius, and then I'm converting it to float. Now here I haven't put any code to check if radius is in integer format or float format. Or if it is string, just give an error. Non-numeric number, give an error. I've not done all that. You can do that as part of an exercise. Now in line number 9, I'm saying calculate the area of circle. Now area of circle, so I'm calling this function and I'm passing a radius which I got as an input in line number 8, converting into a float using typecasting. Um, and then I am getting a lambda function. And in the print statement, here I am calling the lambda function and I'm passing the value of pi. So at this point, at line number 11, what will happen is it will run this piece of code. So what it will do is pi r square, it will get calculated at this point of time, line number 11, and it will print the area of circle. So let's execute this. City sake, yep. So area of circle is 314. Two decimals, which is good. I would always like to keep a space here. And there you go. So let's run it again one more time with a different value and 5. Enter. So yeah, the area of a circle for a given radius is 78.5. So there you go. That's lambda in a nutshell for you. A very simple and basic example which I've shown you. Please go through it, and it is an interesting feature provided by Python, but not my favorite. Thank you. Chapter number 16, Object-Oriented Programming. Now, Python is an object-oriented programming language. Almost everything in Python is an object with its properties and methods. There are two things in object-oriented programming. As you can see, there's a class and an object. Now, what is a class? A class is like a blueprint for creating objects. Yeah. Now, let me elaborate this statement a bit more by giving some examples. So, suppose if you're in a construction business or an architect, you create a blueprint of the actual construction you want to create. Yeah. So, that blueprint is, you can think of it as a class, and the actual um, building which you create using that blueprint, you can think of it as an object. Yeah. Now let's think of another example so that it is clear. So suppose you want to build a lot of Harry Potter statue. Yeah. So if you want to do that, to create many Harry Potter statue, you first need to create a cast or a mold. Yeah. So you will create a cast or a mold, and then, like for the Harry Potter statue, and then using that cast, you will have you will create a lot of statues of Harry Potter. So this cast will be like a class, and the actual statues will be an object. Yeah. A class can have there's a init function which is which is like same as the constructor in Java, and it can have a user-defined function as well inside a class. Uh, Now this init function is called automatically every time you instantiate a new object. Also, a class can have properties inside it. Now, what is an object? As we already talked about, object is an instance of a class.
A self parameter inside is a reference to the current instance of a class and is used to access variable that belongs to the class. Now, this sentence will make more sense when we go and have a look at the example. So here is our example. Now, the idea of this example is to create a class and object, few objects, and just to show you how object and class work. So the highlighted portion is a class, a definition of a class. So I've got the keyword class here, followed by the name of the class, colon, and then I'm defining a init function, which is, you can think of it as a constructor, and this init function gets called every time you instantiate a new object. Yeah, so we'll talk about that, but before that, let's just concentrate on this. So what my this init function has, it has got a self word, so it is basically when I instantiate, it has got access to all the parameter inside that class. Now this init method takes a parameter, the make, so a variable make, a model, and the age. Yeah, so the idea is a class is defined and it will have inside it the make of the car, the model of the car, and age of the car. Yeah, now let's try and create an object. So this statement where I'm saying car1 equal to the name of the class, followed by, I'm passing three variables. So I'm saying the make of the car is Toyota, the model is Auris, and it's an 8-year-old car. Yeah, so I'm calling that. So as soon as this statement executes, it basically calls this init function and passes in all this value and creates a object car. Similarly, I'll get an object car2 by passing in, creating an instance from the car class, and I get two objects, which is car1 and car2. So next I'm doing is I'm printing uh, what is there. So what I'm doing is I'm using car1.make. So I'm printing the value of make, the model, and the age of car1, and then printing the same for car2. So let's execute this. So it is saying the car is Toyota Auris and it's 8-year-old, and the next car2 is Audi and is 4-year-old. Now let's have a look at a slightly different example. Um, so here I'm trying to use the same car class, but here I've defined, so I've got the same init function, but I've got a method as well inside it. So I'm saying line number 13 and 14. So I'm creating an instance of a car called car1. So car1 is my object, and I'm passing in Toyota Auris 8, so make, model, age. And then to display, so in our previous example, we had to write a print statement. Here I'm just calling a function inside this object. So car1, the function display, that belongs to the object. And when I say display, it will execute line number 11, and it will say like self.make is the make of the car, model, and so on and so forth. So similarly, same for car2. So let's have a look, and then um, let's discuss 18 and 19 line number after we run the example. So there you go. So this is my output, and it is basically same as last time, but we are using now display um, function of the car object. Yeah. Now here, line number 18 and 19, what I'm doing is after the object is created, I want to change the age of the car. Yeah. So the age of the car 2 initially I gave as 4, and then
I want to change the age of the car. So you can do that using object car2 dot age and 5, and then again when I run the display, I get the age of the car is 5. Yeah. So you can change, you can work with the object and change the anything you want, like the three things you passed in make, model, age. You can change and play around with that object. So just an example to show different variation of object and class. So next we'll talk about inheritance. So Python implementation of inheritance. So inheritance allows us to define a class that inherits all its methods and properties from another class. Yeah. So when you talk about inheritance, you talk about a parent class and a child class. Now, what is a parent class? A parent class is a class being inherited from, also called as a base class, and child class is a class that inherits from a parent class, also called as derived class. Yeah. Now, all this will make sense if I take you to this example. So in our the similar car example, I've got a parent class and a child class. So in the parent class, I've got same example. So the idea of this is the parent class will have some feature of a like generic feature of a car, like how many doors are there and how many seater the car is. So every car will have door, and every car it will be number of seater car, yeah, 4 5 seater car, 7 seater car, etc. So the parent class will have a generic feature of the car. The child class will have more specific feature of the car, like what is the make of the car, what is the model of the car, etc. So I've gone in here with two level, like parent class, child class. You can go three level or more level if you want to. So as you can see, highlighted portion, the parent class has got door and seater, and I'm assigning the values, whatever will be passed, and then I've got a display function where I'll say the car is um, X number of doors and X number of seater. Now, if I look at the child class has got, so child class, the syntax is class, the name of the class, and then from where it inherits. So I'm inheriting from, so my parent class is car and my child class is car make. So this is the syntax. So again, the child class will have this one is having an init function and I'm passing in. So child class is having all four parameter, make, model, door, seater. Now we know that the parent class, which is car, already takes care of door seater. So all I need to do is super. So it'll call the parent class and it'll call the parent init function and pass in door and seater, and this will get called. And then I'm using the assigning the value of make and model in this car make object, and then I've got a display function as well where I'm displaying the feature of the car. Now, line number 24, 25, I'm creating an instance of a car make, yeah, passing in all four values, and then I'm calling the display function. So I'm calling this. So let's run this. Yep. So I'm passing in all values and I got the car is Audi 5 door and 7 seater. Let's run it again. much better. We have just added more space there. So there you go. This is example of inheritance. So yeah, please do practice object, class, object, and inheritance, the parent-child class. Thank you. Chapter number 18, modules. Now, module is similar to the code library in other languages. So in Python, you use import statement to include a module. Now, a few example of modules is date time. Like if you want to deal with date time, or then you use date time module. Now, if you want to use regular expression, you use RE module. If you want to deal with JSON, you use JSON module. We'll see an example of date time in our example section. We'll have a look at regular expression module section. Now, regular expression or regex is a sequence of character that forms a search pattern. Regex can be used to check if a string contains a specific search pattern, and then you can use the function provided by regex to do a specific task for you. Now, for example, the find all returns a list of containing all matches. The search returns a match object if there is a match anywhere in the string. The split returns a list where the string has been split at each match, and sub replaces one or many matches with a string. Now let's have a look at the example for modules first, and then uh, a find all for regex, and then we'll move on and have a look at more regex function. So the aim here is I want to write my own code to, and then I want to use this, like other programs should import my code and then use my code, and the definition I've created in this code in other Python programming. So for simple example I've taken, so I'm creating um, a greeting, a function called greeting, passing the name, and I'm saying hello, the name of the person. Yep, so this is my simple Python program, just one definition in it. um, in my example here, I'm saying import the name of the Python file as md. Yep, and then md, I'm saying I'm calling greeting, which is in here, the name of the function, and I'm saying hello student. Yep, I'm saying student, and that's it. So I'm importing the nav greeting, which is my own module, and then I'm calling it, giving it as a alias name md, and I'm using md. So let's run it, and I got hello students. So this is a very simple example of using a module in your Python program. Let's have a look at the find all function as well for regex. So here I'm importing re, and then I'm using find all. So this is my text saying, now says hello to all, and I'm trying to find all the ll in that text. So let's run this. So I've got ll present two places, so I've got a list of two. So let's change this to, and that's to LLI, and then rerunning it again, and I got nothing. Empty list got passed in. So that's our example for find all for regex. Next, we will have a look at a few other. I would encourage you to try. So we have seen find all. Have a look at other search split sub as well, and try a few examples. Let's have a look at the next few regex how to build regex and what all you can use. So in meta characters, we have got a square bracket, open and close square bracket, which is a set of characters. So here the example is any characters between A and M. So this is one example. We'll have a look at more of this set of characters uh, just in a moment. So just to say what this set of characters is used for. Next is slash. Um, so signals a special sequence can be used to escape special characters. Now, a full stop or a dot can be used for any character. So here an example is he dot dot o, which can be used for hello or any other word. Yeah, so dot dot represent any characters. Caret is the start with. So example is start of the line is hello. Dollar is end. So we can say a string ending with the word dollar as an example. Star is zero or more occurrence. So if you can see the example is AIX star. Plus is one or more occurrence. Open curl bracket is exactly the specified number of occurrence. So AL2, so two occurrence. Pipe is either or, and open and close bracket is capture and group. Now, few special sequence. So I'll just pause the video here and just go through the special sequences, um, and you can use this for building your regex. So in our previous slide, we discussed about set and one example of set. Let's so I've just mentioned a few examples of set here. So for example, ARN open square bracket, close square bracket returns a match where one of the specified character A, R, or N are present. Second example is A dash N returns a match for any lower case character alphabetically between A and NH. So A and N. So I would recommend you to pause the video and just read this slide and go through the different form of set and how to use the characters. Let's have a look at few example of regex. So here in my regex search example, I'm my text is students learning regex, and I'm importing regex re, and I'm using the re.search function. I'm trying to find out the word learn and then print it. Yeah, so let's run it. And so where is learn in this? So learn, this character is in here. So where is the first occurrence of learn? So if I count this, so starting with 0, word L will end up in position number 10. So that's what this is. It is saying the first learned word is located in position 10. Let's have a look at the split um, function of regex. So I've got again the text called students learning regex. I'm using re.split. Yeah, this means split it wherever there is a white space. Um, so if we just have a look at this. So slash s means returns a match where the string contains a white space character. So there you go. So it'll split this whole string at here, here. So it'll use that and it'll give us three list of three values. So there you go. It created a list with three values: students, learning, and regex. Yeah. Let's have a look at the last example. So email example, very widely used in the real world. So the idea of this example is you want to find out if the email address given by the user is a right email address. Now the regex which I've used is a regex uh, which was valid for maybe a few years ago. Now the email address has become, like, for example, let me run it and then let me show you. So please input your email address. So this is this line getting um, executed. So my email address is student at abc.com. Yep. So it is saying it's a valid address. So what has happened? I've entered my email address, got stored in email address variable, and then I'm calling a function check email address. Yeah. So inside the check email, I am using this regex, which is this, and I'm saying search email. So using this email, so if this regex passes, I get the value true if I get a search, and then I print valid email. If not, I print invalid email. So let's run it again and let's pass an invalid email. So I say student at abc. Yeah, so that's an invalid email. Um, so the reason why I said this regex was useful few years ago, but not now, because nowadays you can get email. It need not be gmail.com. Like you can get a different variation of email which doesn't fit in this particular regex. Um, so you'll need to find out, like Google it and get the latest regex for email currently being used for Python, and you can put in this example, and you can check the email. So that was the idea for this example. So there we go. We have completed our module session, and we have learned about creating our own module and using our own module. Also, we have learned about regex module, various different example we have seen, um, and there are various different modules provided by Python. There is a JSON module, date time module. Keep practicing, and thank you. Chapter number 19, debugging. Now, this topic is not part of certification, but I've included this topic because debugging is like an asset for any developer. And in real life world, a developer will be uh, looking at other people's code, sometimes hundreds of lines of code, sometimes even thousands of lines of code, and you use a debugger to understand a specific piece of code and to try and understand the flow in the code. So I'll just go through a simple example which we have already seen and just apply a debugger to that code and just go through with you how the debugger works in Python. So there you go. This is our Fibonacci recursion which we saw earlier. So let's try and use a debugger. So the way to use debugger is you take your mouse to the line of code you want to debug, and on your left hand in the editor panel, you just click the line of code which you want to debug. So I'm going to click on line number 23 once, and I get this red line saying this is the line of code which I want to debug. Next, I will right click, and I'll say instead of do run, I'll say debug my Fibonacci recursion. So There you go. So by doing this, it opens a debugger panel for you, and it gives you various options. So it tells you you can use F8. So if I use F8, it will just go to the next line of code. It won't go inside the recurve Fibo function. Um, Next is step into. So if I press F7, I go inside the recurve Fibo function. Similarly, once I'm inside the function, I can use Alt Shift 7 to step into my code. If I want to step out of any code, just come out of the function, I use Shift F8. So let's say I want to go inside this function. Yep. So the value of I in, if you see line number 27, it is saying, sorry, line number 22, my debugger is saying the value of I is 0. There you see highlighted. So I want to go inside this, so I'm pressing F7. So it is going inside recurve Fibo. It is saying the value of n is 0. So I'll press F7 as well. It goes to line number 9 and it'll come out. Now this time, so it has finished that. So again, if I press F7, it goes to the for loop goes, and the value of I has changed to 1 now. It'll ask me uh, like I've got a control to go inside recurve Fibo. So let's press F. So this time around, I don't want to. I want to skip this. Just want to go to next line. I press F8 and again F7. The value of I has gone to 2. Now this time I want to go inside the recurve Fibo because value of I is 2 and I want to see how the recursion works. So I press F7. Here because I value of n is 2, it won't go to if statement, it will go to else statement. Yep. And if I press F7 here, interesting thing happens because this line of code has got two recurve info. So it is basically Python is giving me option. Which one do I need to go to? Do I need to go to the first recurve info or second recurve info? Or if I don't want to use this option, I just press escape. So let's say I want to go to second recurve info. I press this and the value of n is 0 because 2 minus 2 is 0. Press oopsie, press F7 and so value of I is 2. I'll press F7 and values I has gone to 3. Now I don't want to go through each of them, so I can keep pressing F8 and keep going out of this. Suppose I've seen just want to end this, so yep, there you go. It has come out of the whole job and I can see my output. Now this time around I don't want to, so run in debug. I can press this red button one more time and disable it. So there you go, I've disabled it and I want to run Fibonacci series in the run mode and I got my output. Now, this is just a simple example of how to use a debugger, a very useful tool which every single developer needs to know about in real life. Um, so there you go. So thanks for watching. In this session, we'll do few real life examples and then we'll talk about certification. So starting with the real life example, birthday schedule. Let's see what it is. Created a file. Before the comma is the name, the second is the date, and the third is the um, if it is a birthday or an anniversary. So the job of this, the task of this birthday Python programming file is that it needs to check if today is the birthday. It needs to read the file birthday.txt. Then it needs to go through each line and then check if today anyone's birthday is today. If anyone's birthday is today, then it'll give the greetings. And if no birthday today, then yeah, it won't give any message. So the way it works is I've imported a date time to start with because I am dealing with date time here. Um, and I've defined a function called check today's birthday. So inside this, what I've first done is I'm opening a file birthday.txt and then in a read mode. Yeah, so my file has got the details of the birthday.txt. Now in a try except block, I am I'm reading the file. Now here I've used a new function called read lines. Now in our file session we have done read line, not lines. So here what I'm saying is reading all the lines and storing it in the lines variable. Then I'm defining a date time today. So getting the date. So this too is an important um, line of code to get current day in a date in a format in a day month format because I'm not interested in year because if the day and month matches then the birthday or anniversary is today. So I'm converting a date into such a format like today's day in such a format that I'm just getting day and month and then I'm printing today's date. Um, Next, I'm going running a big for loop, which is this bit, and I'm going through each line of the lines, which is each lines of the file, splitting. So I'm using a flit function here uh, from the comma separated. So this one line will get split into a list with three values, Smith, date, and birthday, and so on and so forth. Then I'm getting the date out of that. So because we know in list it is 0, 1, and 2. So the first value is date. And then I'm converting this so that I get the day and the month. I am making sure if stripping any extra white space from both event day and today. And if today is same as the day in the first line of the code, then it's then I'm checking if the value 2 is it birthday or anniversary or something else. If it is something else, then I'm saying just congratulations. If it is birthday, I'm giving a special message saying wish you a very happy birthday. If it is anniversary, wish you a very happy anniversary. If none of them, if it's a different event, then just saying congratulations. Um, just having a try catch block just in case and then closing the file and line number 37 is where I call the function. So let's run this. Yeah. So when I run this, it is printing today's day is 18th of August and yeah, it's your birthday, Fish's birthday, and Harry Potter and Jenny are having their anniversary, um, which is very nice. So a nice piece of code where you can programmatically create a file of all your friends, family, pet, anyone, your favorite characters, and store it in this file. And then you can have this Python code like run in a Windows scheduler or if you're using Unix, you can run it in a cron job and then run it daily. And daily you will get a message saying someone's birthday or someone anniversary or about the congratulations message, which will help you to remember and then um, message your friend or family. So nice real life example. Next one is a very simple example, fortune telling. So I just wanted to go through with you certain new things which we have learned in our previous sessions. So uh, here I'm importing a random package, and then I will be using it. So I've defined a function called magic statement. Yep. And the aim of this program is to just randomly tell um, how is your day going to be, or what does this fortune teller tells you about today. Yeah. Um, so it's just a kind of a play kind of a program. So might be interesting for kids. So line number 29, I'm calling the function, and the function, the first line of the function I'm doing is using this random package provided by Python. I'm saying I'm using the function randint, and I'm saying randomly generate a number between 1 and 8 every time you run this program. So it'll give me the value of x will be randomly generated, and based on the randomly generated value, I'm just printing the message. So if x is 1, your life will have a huge plot of twist, and so on and so forth. So value of 1 to 8, you get different messages, and you can just have fun with this program. So let's try and execute this, and things will get clearer. So give me your name. So that's my line number 7. And so it's a student. Okay, students, giraffe are taking over the world. So that made me laugh. Hopefully it brought you a smile as well. Let's run it again and let's see. So this was so the number generated randomly was 8, surprisingly. Let's run it again, and again, students. Your life is going to be great. Wow, everyone would like to hear that, and there you go. So that's our example number 6, fortune teller. We have come to our end of our session for associate level Python programming. A few things to talk about certifications. So we have seen this page earlier when we were doing our entry level certification. So I'll go through this again. So PCEP is our entry level certification. If and we have gone through all the sessions. The videos are available. And in this series of session, we are talking about associate level certification. The details are here. Um, if you want to do professional level certifications, uh, first think about entry and associate, and then yeah, master yourself in Python for professional level certification. Again, I would say for kids in schools, more than certification for you, it is more of getting the fundamentals of Python and building the strong foundation, and then um, have fun with Python. For university and people who are thinking about their first job or changing job, for them certification could be helpful. Sometimes it is always good to have in your CV certifications, and that helps gives your CV a boost. Now, in terms of certified associate in Python programming, uh, so I've mainly covered the portion mentioned here. So we have we have done everything in controller and evaluation, which is 25%. This is both from entry level and associate level. So whatever we have learned so far is covered here. In the data aggregate, uh, We have learned about string and all the several dozen um, functions provided by strings and list, tuple, dictionaries. We have learned it all. So there you go, another 25%. Functions and modules. Yeah, we have learned about everything about functions and modules. We have learned about lambda as well, the if operator, classes, object, and exception. We have covered everything about class creation of class, creating an instance, object instance, and yeah, exception handling. I would say please practice as much as you can and build your foundation in Python. So best of luck. I have provided the links in the description below for the Python and PyCharm download. I have also recommended 3 Python books to enhance your knowledge. If you like this video, please like, comment, subscribe, and share. Thanks for watching.